Legends and ruins alike tell us that the past holds secrets far stranger than we imagine. On every continent, discoveries have surfaced that defy simple explanation. Sites and artifacts so advanced, so enigmatic, that even today they leave archaeologists debating their origins. Carvings of forgotten animals in the deserts of Arabia, colossal tombs built for giants in Sardinia, frozen children preserved in the high Andes, tablets from vanished dynasties, and golden crowns inscribed with mysterious codes. Each of these finds challenges the way we understand ancient history. These aren't just relics of the past, they are riddles left behind by civilizations whose knowledge was vast, whose abilities still confound us, and whose stories may have been deliberately erased. In this journey, we'll uncover the greatest archaeological discoveries ever unearthed, wonders that spark awe, raise questions, and reveal glimpses of worlds long lost. Whether you're here to marvel, to question, or simply to drift off while listening, settle in. The stones, artifacts, and mysteries we explore may be all that remain of truths hidden for thousands of years. High up on the ridges of Saudi Arabia's Najd Plateau, where the desert winds carve long, sweeping lines into the stone, archaeologists uncovered something that shifted the story of human history. Not a palace or a fortress, but carvings, deep, deliberate, unmistakable depictions of animals, including horses. These images, and the fragments of statues that accompanied them, carried with them a question far heavier than the stone from which they were made. Could it be that the domestication of the horse, one of the great turning points of human civilization, happened here, thousands of years earlier than scholars once believed? The Al-Magar site does not immediately announce its significance to the casual visitor. From a distance, the landscape appears as countless others across the Arabian Peninsula. Barren, rocky slopes, scattered acacia, and the soft roll of sand between rugged outcrops. Yet it was here, in what at first seemed to be another forgotten ridge, that researchers unearthed evidence pointing toward a Neolithic community whose life was marked by surprising sophistication. When excavations began, the expectation was to find the ordinary remains of settlement, pottery fragments, grinding stones, perhaps the foundations of simple dwellings. Instead, what emerged was something far stranger. Among the finds were enormous stone carvings, some so large they appeared almost like fragments of statues left half buried in the sand. One stood out in particular, the shape of a horse, its body carefully rendered with clear attention to musculature and form, its head adorned with markings that seemed to suggest bridling or harnessing. Measuring more than 1 meter in length, it was no casual engraving. Whoever made it had invested time, vision, and skill into ensuring the animal was recognized instantly. This single discovery, a horse carved in stone at least 9,000 years old, forced scholars to reconsider a fundamental assumption. For decades, the prevailing view had been that horse domestication began on the Eurasian steppe, in what is now Kazakhstan, around 5,500 years ago. That date was not arbitrary. Archaeologists had long pointed to the Botai culture and its settlements as the earliest centers of horse domestication, supported by evidence of corrals, bitwear on teeth, and residues of mare's milk in pottery. But Al-Magar's carvings predated the Botai by millennia. If the depiction truly represented domestication, it meant that the story was far older, and it had begun not in the grassy plains of Central Asia, but in the arid landscapes of Arabia. To grasp the full weight of this claim, one must linger over what the horse represents in the arc of human development. The domesticated horse became the foundation of empires. It allowed communication across vast territories, revolutionized warfare, enabled long-distance trade, and transformed agriculture. To move the origin point thousands of years earlier is to redraw the map of cultural evolution. Suddenly, the Arabian Peninsula, often thought of as peripheral in early human history, emerged as a potential cradle of innovation. The Al-Magar site offered more than horses. Excavations revealed depictions of sheep, goats, and other animals central to early domestication. Grinding stones suggested agriculture or food processing. Post holes and stone foundations pointed to settled life rather than nomadic encampments. Taken together, these finds painted a portrait of a community not only experimenting with animal management, but also living in a structured environment that balanced herding, farming, and artistry. What made the horse carving particularly striking was not only its form, but the detail etched into its surface. Some lines across the muzzle and neck resembled harnesses or bridles, something that, if intentional, pointed directly toward human interaction with the animal, beyond mere observation. Skeptics argued the markings could be decorative or symbolic, not literal depictions of harnessing. Yet the possibility remained. Could the people of Al-Magar have not only known the horse but already begun the long process of taming it? Dating techniques placed the site around 7,000 to 9,000 years ago. This wide span still positioned Al-Magar well before the recognized timeline of horse domestication. The site's antiquity lent both intrigue and uncertainty. Without written records, interpretation relied on the artifacts themselves, the carvings, and the broader context of settlement. And while certainty eluded researchers, the discovery stirred imagination across the academic world. The Arabian Peninsula during the Neolithic was not the desert it is today. Studies of ancient climate patterns revealed that the region once experienced what geologists call the Green Arabia period. Seasonal rains transformed what is now barren into savannas dotted with lakes and rivers, rich in vegetation and wildlife. For communities living there, the land was fertile and sustaining. Herd animals roamed, water was accessible, and grasslands stretched across valleys. It was in this greener Arabia that Al-Magar's inhabitants thrived. In this environment, the possibility of early horse domestication became more plausible. Horses, attracted to the abundant grasslands, would have been part of daily life. Hunters, herders, and farmers would have observed them closely, perhaps learning their habits, experimenting with capture, and gradually moving toward management. The carvings at Al-Magar may not only represent admiration, but direct engagement, a way of commemorating a turning point when wild animals became partners in survival. One of the most fascinating aspects of the discovery lies in the artistry itself. Carving stone is not a simple task. It requires tools, patience, and planning. The choice to render animals in such enduring form suggests significance beyond decoration. These were symbols, perhaps markers of cultural identity or expressions of spiritual belief. To carve a horse into stone is to declare its importance, to fix it permanently in the landscape. Such an act hints at reverence, at recognition of a relationship between human and animal that shaped existence itself. As scholars debated the meaning of the carvings, local traditions and broader Arabian heritage lent further context. The horse occupies a central place in Arabian culture, deeply woven into its poetry, mythology, and history. Later Islamic traditions celebrated the horse as a noble creature, gifted with loyalty and strength. Could the reverence traced through centuries have roots reaching back to Neolithic Al-Magar? While direct continuity is impossible to prove, the resonance between ancient carvings and later cultural values is difficult to ignore. The discovery also reignited broader discussions about the role of Arabia in early human civilization. For too long, narratives had placed the Arabian Peninsula at the margins, overshadowed by Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Levant. Yet evidence from Al-Magar, along with other sites, suggests Arabia was not merely a passageway, but a center of innovation in its own right. It was here that communities experimented with domestication, built settlements, and developed cultural practices that would ripple outward across regions. Archaeological debates often hinge on the line between speculation and evidence. At Al-Magar, the evidence is compelling but not definitive. Critics argue that depictions of horses do not equate to proof of domestication. After all, ancient people carved animals of all kinds, from lions to birds, without implying domestication. Yet proponents counter that the scale, detail, and possible harness marks set Al-Magar apart. The possibility that these carvings represent not wild admiration but lived experience remains alive. What cannot be dismissed is the site's significance in reframing questions. Even if Al-Magar does not represent the birthplace of horse domestication, it forces scholars to consider Arabia as a key player in the story. It compels us to look beyond established centers and acknowledge the interconnectedness of early human cultures. Innovation, after all, rarely emerges in isolation. It is shaped by environment, need, and imagination, all of which were abundant in Neolithic Arabia. As excavations continued, researchers discovered additional stone carvings, including statues of animals that suggested herding and ritual significance. Some fragments depicted camels, an animal later central to Arabian life, though its domestication occurred much later. The presence of multiple species emphasized the community's close relationship with animals, whether as food sources, companions, or spiritual symbols. The broader implications of Al-Magar reach into the very heart of how history is written. Narratives are built from fragments, pottery shards, carvings, burial sites, remnants of structures. Each new discovery has the potential to rewrite timelines, shift centers of innovation, and challenge assumptions. Al-Magar is a reminder that history is not fixed but evolving, shaped by each new find that emerges from the earth. Walking through the site today, visitors see fragments of stone scattered across the ground, partially reconstructed walls, and excavated areas marked carefully by archaeologists. Yet what lingers most is not the physical remains, but the questions they stir. Who carved the horse? Why was it rendered in such detail? Did its creator look upon living animals already harnessed? Or was the carving an aspirational vision of what might be possible? These questions, unanswered yet profoundly engaging, give the site its enduring power. They invite us not only to imagine the past, but to recognize its complexity. Early human societies were not uniform, nor were they simple. They experimented, innovated, and expressed themselves in ways that continue to challenge modern understanding. The desert may seem harsh and barren now, but 9,000 years ago it was fertile ground for creativity and transformation. Al-Magar stands as evidence of this transformation, a Neolithic community carving its relationship with animals into stone, leaving a message for future generations to uncover. As the debate continues, Al-Magar remains a place where certainty slips away, but fascination grows. Whether the carvings prove early domestication or represent something more symbolic, they reveal a society deeply engaged with the animals that shaped its survival. They remind us that history is not always written in neat timelines, but in fragments that challenge and inspire. And so, as we leave Al-Magar, we carry with us not definitive answers, but a deeper appreciation for the complexity of the human story. From this ridge in Saudi Arabia, where horses were carved in stone thousands of years before written history, the past rises to meet us with questions we cannot yet fully resolve. The answers may lie waiting in other places, in discoveries still buried, ready to shift our understanding once more. A traveler moving across Sardinia's rugged interior eventually comes across something that feels less like a ruin and more like a presence. Long, curving walls of stone rise from the earth, narrowing toward the top until they end in a chamber, fronted by a great central stele. To stand before one is to be dwarfed, not only by scale, but by a sense of purpose that remains undeciphered. Locals long ago gave these monuments their enduring name, the Giants' Tombs. The title reflects both their massive size and the enduring mystery of who built them and for whom. Unlike the pyramids of Egypt or the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the giants' tombs rarely appear in schoolbooks or documentaries. Yet on this Mediterranean island, hundreds of them remain, scattered across hillsides, fields, and valleys. Each is composed of immense stones carefully arranged to form elongated burial chambers, some stretching more than 30 meters in length. The entrances are marked by vertical slabs, many carved with graceful curves, giving the impression of doorways meant for beings larger than ordinary humans. The imagery is striking enough to fuel myths of actual giants, but the real mystery is subtler. Archaeologists generally agree these tombs were built during the Bronze Age, between the 2nd and 1st millennia BC. That makes them roughly contemporaneous with Mycenaean palaces in Greece, the rise of Hittite kings in Anatolia, and the late dynasties of Egypt. Yet unlike those cultures, the builders of Sardinia left no writing, no records that explain their beliefs. What survives are stones, vast in number and weight, arranged in patterns that suggest both ritual and community. One of the most unusual aspects of the giants' tombs is their shape. From above, many resemble the body of a bull, with a wide, semicircular forecourt leading into a narrowing passage. Bulls were powerful symbols in many ancient societies, often linked to fertility, strength, and regeneration. Whether the resemblance was deliberate remains uncertain, but the possibility invites speculation. Was each tomb conceived as a symbolic animal, guiding the spirits of the dead into another realm? Or was the form practical, designed simply to accommodate group burials over time? Inside the chambers, archaeologists have found bones, sometimes hundreds, interred over generations. The tombs were collective, not individual. Families, clans, or perhaps entire villages used them as communal resting places. Grave goods are modest compared to those found in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Pottery fragments, beads, tools, and small ornaments. Yet their modesty belies the monumental effort required to raise the tombs themselves. Constructing one demanded knowledge of stoneworking, coordinated labor, and an enduring tradition passed down through centuries. Local folklore transformed these monuments into places of myth. For centuries, Sardinians told stories of giants who once roamed the island, beings of immense stature who required tombs as large as the ones still visible. Children grew up hearing tales of these giants and their forgotten civilization, a world erased but never entirely gone. When travelers from elsewhere encountered the tombs, they often repeated these legends, adding them to the long European fascination with giants as builders of ancient works. Scientific study began in earnest during the 19th and 20th centuries, when archaeologists catalogued, excavated, and attempted to classify the tombs. They recognized two main types: slab-built tombs, where vertical stone slabs formed the walls, and block-built tombs, where large cut blocks created the structure. Both types featured the central stele at the entrance, often taller than a person, sometimes carved with false doors or niches. These false doors are among the most compelling features. They give the impression of portals, not meant for the living, but for passage into another world. What rituals took place at these tombs remains a matter of debate. The forecourts, open semicircles in front of the entrances, suggest gathering places. Communities may have assembled here for ceremonies honoring the dead, seasonal rites, or feasts that tied the living to their ancestors. Some researchers propose that the acoustics of these forecourts, surrounded by stone and open to the sky, could have amplified voices or music, creating powerful communal experiences. Others focus on alignments, noting that certain tombs face particular points on the horizon, possibly linked to solstices or lunar cycles. If intentional, these alignments would connect the tombs to cosmic rhythms, embedding the dead within the movements of the heavens. The builders belonged to what archaeologists call the Nuragic civilization, named after the island's characteristic stone towers, or nuraghi. These towers dot Sardinia by the thousands, some standing alone, others forming complex villages. Together with the giants' tombs, they represent one of the most distinctive prehistoric cultures in Europe. Yet without written records, the Nuragic people remain elusive. Were they ruled by chiefs, priests, or councils? Did they see the tombs as sacred spaces, gateways to another life, or communal monuments binding villages together? The stones remain, but the voices are gone. Still, patterns emerge. In many tombs, bones were rearranged over time, suggesting rituals of reopening, reinterment, or collective ceremonies. Rather than burying individuals with personal possessions, the community emphasized continuity, binding generations into shared resting places. Death was not an individual journey, but a collective one, where each generation joined the last within monumental stone chambers. The sheer effort of construction suggests that honoring the dead was central to social identity. To build a tomb was to declare belonging, lineage, and connection to the land itself. The sheer number of giants' tombs is striking. Estimates suggest more than 800 once existed, with hundreds still visible today. Their density across the island indicates not isolated acts, but a sustained cultural tradition lasting centuries. Each tomb anchored a community, visible reminders of continuity across generations. When travelers today encounter them scattered across valleys and ridges, they see not isolated ruins, but the skeletal remains of a cultural landscape once vibrant with meaning. Some discoveries within the tombs add to their mystery. Carvings on the stelae sometimes depict spirals or concentric circles, motifs shared with other prehistoric European sites such as Newgrange in Ireland. These symbols may represent the sun, cycles of time, or pathways to the afterlife. Their recurrence across distant lands raises questions about cultural connections across Bronze Age Europe. Were these designs independent creations, born of similar human experiences, or evidence of wider networks of shared symbolism? There is also the question of why the tradition ended. By the end of the Bronze Age, the Nuragic people no longer built giants' tombs. Later burials shifted to smaller family tombs or other practices. Perhaps social organization changed, or external pressures disrupted traditions. Sardinia, though isolated, was never entirely cut off. Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and Romans all later reached its shores. Yet the giants' tombs remain distinct, uniquely tied to the Bronze Age islanders who conceived them. To walk into one today is to feel the weight of accumulated time. Inside, the air is cool, the stones damp from centuries of contact with earth. Archaeologists carefully measure, photograph, and record. Yet even in their precision, the deeper meaning slips away. What mattered most to the builders was not the record left for future scholars, but the bond between the living and the dead, the community and the cosmos. Travelers often remark on the contrast between the tomb's stark exteriors and the vitality of the landscape around them. Sheep graze nearby, farmers till fields, and villages rise and fall, yet the tombs remain. Their longevity speaks to the ingenuity of their builders. Stones weighing several tons were moved without iron tools, shaped and placed with skill, locked together to endure centuries of weathering. The survival of so many tombs, scattered across the island, testifies to a society deeply committed to its monuments. The legends of giants, though dismissed by scholars, capture something essential: the impression of scale and mystery. For islanders living centuries after the builders vanished, these tombs were incomprehensible in origin. Attributing them to giants was a way of preserving awe, of acknowledging that their ancestors had inherited a landscape already shaped by forces beyond ordinary comprehension. In this way, folklore kept the monuments alive, not as sterile ruins, but as living presences woven into community memory. Modern research uses advanced methods, radiocarbon dating, ground-penetrating radar, and 3D modeling, to refine understanding of the tombs. Yet each new study seems to raise as many questions as it answers. Alignments suggest possible astronomical intentions, but consensus remains elusive. Bone analysis reveals age ranges and health patterns, but interpretation varies. The lack of inscriptions or direct records ensures that mystery endures. Perhaps that is fitting. The giants' tombs remind us that the past is not always meant to be solved like a puzzle. Sometimes it is meant to be encountered, absorbed, and respected. One striking aspect of visiting multiple tombs is the variation in size and detail. Some are immense, capable of holding hundreds of bodies, their stelae soaring several meters high. Others are smaller, more modest, suggesting different levels of community investment. Yet even the smallest required coordination, stone quarrying, and collective effort. Each tomb represents countless hours of labor, meals shared, stones dragged across rough ground, and rituals performed as walls rose. In their construction, the living rehearsed the unity that the tombs symbolized in death. At times, the tombs feel almost like inverted temples, places where the focus was not on gods above, but on ancestors within. By gathering in front of the stelae, people reinforced their connection to those buried inside. The tombs were not hidden away, but prominently displayed, often on elevated ground where they could be seen from a distance. In this way, the dead were never absent. They remained at the center of community life, guardians of identity and continuity. The giants' tombs also challenge simple distinctions between life and death. Excavations reveal evidence of feasting near the forecourts, suggesting that rituals involved both mourning and celebration. Death was a time to gather, to remember, and to renew bonds among the living. The tombs, therefore, were not solely places of sorrow, but spaces where community was reaffirmed, where continuity was performed again and again across generations. As one considers these structures, it is difficult not to wonder about the people who first conceived them. What inspired the choice to raise stones of such size? Why devote so much energy to collective burials rather than individual monuments? The answers may lie in the values of the Nuragic people, emphasis on community, on shared ancestry, on visible continuity across generations. These values, though unrecorded in text, are inscribed in stone. Centuries later, when foreign powers reached Sardinia, they encountered an island already shaped by these traditions. The Nuragic towers and giants' tombs stood as landmarks, reminders of a culture distinct and resilient. Though political control shifted, the monuments remained. They outlasted conquerors, outlasted the builders themselves, and still mark the land with their presence. For modern visitors, the experience is often one of quiet awe. Standing before a giant's tomb, one senses both the weight of antiquity and the vibrancy of human intention. The stones may be weathered, but their arrangement still speaks. They remind us that people long ago cared deeply about their dead, about their community, and about leaving a mark that time could not erase. The giants' tombs of Sardinia are not as famous as the pyramids or Stonehenge, yet they belong in the same company of monumental works that define humanity's past. They speak of ingenuity without writing, of community without empires, of belief without scriptures. They show us that meaning can be inscribed not in words, but in stone, in structures meant to last far beyond the lifetimes of their builders. As this part of our journey closes, the giants' tombs remain behind, scattered across Sardinia's hills, reminders of a Bronze Age culture that spoke through stone. Their chambers hold not only the bones of the dead, but the memory of a society that valued connection, continuity, and the mysterious bond between the living and those who came before. The path onward will take us to other places, other discoveries, each with its own unanswered questions, each inviting us deeper into the vast story of human history. At an altitude where breathing itself becomes an effort, where the air grows so thin that each step feels weighted, archaeologists uncovered one of the most extraordinary finds in the history of South America. Near the summit of Mount Llullaillaco, a volcano rising over 6,700 meters on the border of Argentina and Chile, they encountered 3 children. Their bodies were not skeletons, not mere fragments, but perfectly preserved forms, their skin, hair, and clothing intact as though time itself had frozen around them. They became known as the children of Llullaillaco, and their discovery opened a window onto a world of Inca ritual, belief, and sacrifice that is as haunting as it is fascinating. The conditions that preserved them were as harsh as any on Earth. Temperatures near the summit fall far below freezing, storms sweep across the ridges, and oxygen levels drop to levels that test even the strongest climbers. Yet these same brutal elements acted as guardians, holding the children in suspended preservation for over 500 years. When archaeologists uncovered them in 1999, they were as close to lifelike as any ancient human remains ever found. The eldest, a girl around 13 years old, sat cross-legged, her head slightly bowed, her hair carefully braided. She came to be called the Maiden. Another girl, about 4 or 5, known as the Lightning Girl, bore marks where a strike had singed her body long after burial. The third, a boy of similar age, sat wrapped in a woven garment, his mouth still bearing traces of coca leaves. The detail of their preservation is astonishing. Tiny stitches in their clothing, individual strands of hair, the softness of skin on their cheeks. Looking upon them is less like seeing mummies and more like encountering children in slumber. Why they were there, high above the world on a volcano, has roots deep within Inca cosmology. The Inca Empire, at its height in the 15th and early 16th centuries, stretched across vast swaths of South America, from Ecuador to Chile, bound by roads, terraced farms, and intricate systems of governance. Yet beneath the empire's administrative might lay a spiritual worldview in which mountains were sacred beings, living entities that watched over communities, brought fertility, and demanded reverence. Sacrifices upon these peaks were offerings to the mountain gods, known as apus, ensuring balance between the earthly and the divine. The ritual that brought the children to Llullaillaco was known as capacocha. It was among the most solemn and sacred of ceremonies in Inca religion. Chosen children, often of exceptional beauty or lineage, were selected from across the empire and brought to Cusco, the Inca capital. There they underwent elaborate rituals before being taken to distant peaks for sacrifice. This was not viewed as punishment, but as a sacred honor. Families considered it a privilege, a direct connection to the divine, and the children were believed to live on as intermediaries between their people and the gods. The journey from Cusco to Llullaillaco was immense, crossing thousands of kilometers on foot. Along the way, the children were treated with reverence, dressed in fine textiles adorned with ornaments, and provided with offerings of food, drink, and symbolic objects. Archaeologists discovered with them tiny figurines of gold and silver, miniature vessels, and intricately woven textiles, all left as offerings. Each item reflected the wealth of Inca craftsmanship and the deep significance of the ritual. Scientific studies of the children revealed intimate details of their final months. Hair analysis showed traces of coca leaves and chicha, a fermented maize beer, consumed in increasing amounts leading up to the sacrifice. These substances would have dulled fear, eased fatigue, and perhaps placed the children in a state of calm acceptance. The maiden, in particular, showed evidence of high social status, her garments of extraordinary quality, her teeth well cared for. She had been prepared not just physically but ceremonially for her role. Yet the discovery also raises profound questions. How did the children themselves perceive what awaited them? Were they told of their fate, or did the ritual unfold in stages, their awareness dimmed by coca and chicha until the final moment arrived? Archaeologists believe the children were placed in chambers dug into the volcanic slope, surrounded by offerings, and left to succumb to the cold. Their postures suggest no struggle, no sign of panic. The maiden rests with dignity, the younger girl with gentleness, the boy with coca still in his mouth. The scene is one of profound stillness, though its meaning is layered with both reverence and sorrow. The preservation of the children allows modern science to glimpse the world of the Inca with rare clarity. Their garments reveal weaving techniques of extraordinary refinement. Their headdresses and ornaments display the symbolic use of feathers, metals, and beads. Even the braids of the maiden's hair show patterns still recognizable among Andean communities today. Through them, cultural continuity becomes tangible, linking the ancient empire to the living traditions of the Andes. Beyond artifacts, the children embody the profound relationship between the Inca and their landscape. To climb Llullaillaco with offerings was not simply a physical act but a spiritual ascent. The mountain was a sacred being, and the summit a threshold between human and divine realms. To place children there was to entrust the empire's well-being to the highest powers, binding community, nature, and cosmos together in a single act. The discovery also illuminated the Incas' mastery of high-altitude environments. Building shrines at such elevations required extraordinary endurance and logistical skill. Archaeologists uncovered remains of ceremonial platforms, stone structures, and pathways leading toward the summit. Each element spoke of deliberate planning, not an improvised act, but a carefully orchestrated ritual involving dozens of participants. The empire's ability to coordinate such ceremonies across distant peaks reflects a unity of belief that helped sustain its vast territory. For all its reverence, the sacrifice can also be read through a more sobering lens. These were children, separated from families, prepared for death in service of empire and gods. Modern observers cannot help but feel the tension between the honor ascribed by the Inca and the loss embodied in the preserved figures. Their lifelike appearance intensifies this tension, for they appear not as distant ancestors, but as individuals whose lives were cut short. The preservation transforms them into witnesses, reminding us that history is both cultural achievement and human cost. When the children were removed from Llullaillaco, the process was undertaken with great care. Their bodies are now housed in the Museo de Arqueología de Alta Montaña in Salta, Argentina, displayed under controlled conditions that replicate the freezing, low-oxygen environment of the summit. Visitors encounter them in specially designed chambers where temperature, humidity, and light are carefully regulated. The intent is to preserve them without further damage, but their presence in a museum also raises ethical debates. Should they remain on display, or should they be reburied according to Andean traditions? Indigenous communities, archaeologists, and the public continue to grapple with this question. From a scientific perspective, the children have provided insights unmatched by other finds. DNA analysis has traced genetic lineages, connecting them to modern Andean populations. Studies of their diets, revealed through isotopic analysis, shed light on agricultural practices, nutrition, and social hierarchies of the Inca. Even the parasites found within their intestines offer data on health, hygiene, and daily life. In every detail, they provide a vivid glimpse of a world otherwise accessible only through Spanish chronicles and archaeological ruins. The lightning girl's burn marks from a strike long after burial highlight the vulnerability of these high-altitude shrines. Volcanoes are dynamic, prone to lightning, storms, and seismic activity. Yet the children remained intact despite centuries of exposure to such forces, a testament to the protective qualities of their icy resting place. Their preservation was not the product of embalming or artificial mummification, but of nature itself, a confluence of altitude, cold, and dryness that shielded them from decay. Ritual offerings found alongside the children add depth to their story. Tiny figurines of llamas, birds, and humans crafted in gold and silver reflect the symbolic world of the Inca. Miniature textiles replicate garments worn in life, while small vessels contained food and drink for the journey into the next realm. Each object reinforced the children's role as emissaries, carrying the prayers of their people into the presence of the gods. The care evident in these offerings reflects not indifference but profound investment in the ritual's meaning. The discovery of the children of Llullaillaco also reshaped understanding of the Inca's religious geography. High mountain shrines had been known before, with remains found on peaks such as Mount Ampato and Mount Misti in Peru. Yet, Llullaillaco's children, with their unparalleled preservation, became definitive proof of Capacocha as a central imperial ritual. They showed that sacrifice at extreme altitudes was not exceptional, but integral to Inca practice, linking communities across the empire through shared ceremonies. For Andean peoples today, the children evoke both pride and sorrow. They embody the grandeur of a civilization that mastered its environment, created sophisticated art, and developed a worldview that united nature and humanity. Yet they also represent lives offered in rituals whose meanings may never be fully recovered. Indigenous voices often stress that the children are not merely archaeological specimens but ancestors, deserving of respect and reverence. Their story continues to unfold not only in laboratories and museums but in cultural memory and community dialogue. When we reflect upon their discovery, what lingers is not only scientific detail but the striking intimacy of preservation. The maiden's braided hair, the lightning girl's delicate features, the boy's coca-filled mouth, all are reminders that history is populated not by abstractions but by individuals. Their presence bridges centuries, bringing the distant Inca Empire into immediate human focus. In their preservation lies both a gift and a responsibility: to learn, to understand, and to remember with respect. The children of Llullaillaco stand as one of the most extraordinary archaeological discoveries ever unearthed. They remind us of the heights to which humans will climb in pursuit of meaning, the lengths to which societies will go to honor gods and secure harmony with nature, and the profound costs that such rituals may demand. Their discovery challenges us to see the past not as remote, but as vividly human, where belief, sacrifice, and survival were woven into every act. A clay tablet, cracked and weathered after thousands of years, carries words that should never have survived. Its surface, impressed with wedge-shaped characters by a careful hand, belongs to the writing system we call cuneiform. These marks were once ordinary, used for recording trade, contracts, prayers, and royal decrees across Mesopotamia. Yet the particular tablet that drew attention in the early 21st century was not ordinary. It spoke of kings, of a line of rulers presiding over a land called the Sealand dynasty, a realm absent from the most trusted ancient sources. To find its name was like discovering a missing chapter in a book scholars thought complete. Mesopotamian history has long been anchored by the Sumerian king list, an ancient document cataloguing rulers from legendary times through the rise of historical city-states. For generations, researchers treated the king list as a framework upon which other records could be placed. But the tablets of the Sealand dynasty disrupted that framework. They revealed a dynasty in southern Mesopotamia, reigning between the collapse of Babylon under Hammurabi's successors and the rise of Kassite control. Where the king list was silent, the clay spoke. The Sealand dynasty stretched across the marshes and waterways of southern Mesopotamia. This was a landscape shaped by rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, whose shifting courses created wetlands, reed beds, and lagoons. To control this environment was to command trade and agriculture, to hold sway over fertile but treacherous land. The rulers of the Sealand dynasty established themselves here sometime in the mid-2nd millennium BC, around 1600 BC, in the turbulent period after the fall of the Old Babylonian Empire. What makes the story remarkable is not only the dynasty's existence but its near erasure. Later records mention Babylon, Assyria, and Kassite kings with precision, yet the Sealand rulers are largely absent, as though deliberately forgotten. Archaeologists pieced together their presence from scattered tablets found in private collections and excavations. Each new fragment added to the puzzle, suggesting not a minor tribe or fleeting usurpers, but a line of kings holding power for more than a century. The names of these rulers survive. Ilum-ma-ili, founder of the dynasty, followed by kings such as Damki-ilishu and Peshkal-Daramis. Their reigns spanned decades, during which they resisted northern powers and claimed legitimacy in the fertile south. To see these names impressed upon clay is to feel the assertion of authority. Kingship in Mesopotamia was never only about power, it was also about cosmic order, about being chosen by the gods to preserve balance. By inscribing their reigns, the Sealand rulers declared themselves rightful heirs to that tradition. The discovery of Sealand tablets was not a single dramatic moment, but a gradual unveiling. In the late 20th century, scholars began noticing odd references in tablets surfacing on the antiquities market. Administrative records mentioned kings unknown from the king list. Further finds in the 21st century, particularly tablets studied in the British Museum, confirmed the dynasty's existence. One remarkable piece, dubbed the Babylonian Chronicles of the Sealand dynasty, offered a continuous narrative of rulers, battles, and events. Suddenly, the forgotten kings had voices. Why were they omitted from the Sumerian king list? One possibility is political. Successor dynasties often rewrote history to favor their legitimacy, erasing rivals or rebels. The Sealand rulers, entrenched in the marshes, may have been seen as illegitimate by later scribes aligned with Babylonian or Kassite courts. Erasure, in this sense, was not an accident but a deliberate act of memory control. By denying them a place in the king list, later powers consigned them to oblivion, until archaeologists began uncovering their story anew. The marshlands themselves shaped the dynasty's character. Southern Mesopotamia was a world of reeds, fish, and waterways, difficult for armies to penetrate. The Sealand kings may have drawn strength from this environment, building a culture suited to riverine life. Archaeological evidence suggests settlements raised on artificial mounds, reed boats traversing channels, and temples built on higher ground to resist floods. The resilience required to thrive here speaks to the adaptability of the dynasty's people. One particularly intriguing aspect of the Sealand tablets is their inclusion of astronomical and divinatory texts. Mesopotamian kings relied heavily on omens to guide decisions. Observations of stars, planets, and unusual phenomena were recorded, interpreted, and tied directly to the fate of rulers. The fact that such texts were found linked to the Sealand dynasty suggests they too participated in this intellectual tradition. They were not provincial outsiders, but full participants in the scholarly culture of Mesopotamia, commissioning omens, rituals, and records, just as other dynasties did. Trade may also have played a role in their rise. The marshes lay close to the Persian Gulf, a gateway to distant lands. Goods from Dilmun, Magan, and Meluha, places associated with modern Bahrain, Oman, and the Indus Valley, flowed through these waters. Control of this region meant access to trade routes reaching far beyond Mesopotamia. It is possible the Sealand kings enriched themselves through this commerce, amassing resources that allowed them to resist Babylonian attempts at reconquest. Archaeological work continues to refine what is known. Excavations at Tel Khaibar in southern Iraq uncovered a fortified settlement dating to the Sealand period. Within its walls lay administrative tablets bearing seal impressions, evidence of organized governance. Grain storage, livestock records, and distribution lists reveal a structured society capable of managing resources across its marshy domain. The discovery confirmed that the dynasty was no mere legend. It was a functioning state with bureaucracy, economy, and ritual life. Yet questions remain. How far did their power extend? Were they recognized as legitimate kings by their northern rivals, or dismissed as pretenders? How did their culture differ from Babylon's, and in what ways did they adopt or resist outside influence? The tablets offer tantalizing glimpses, but no definitive answers. Each fragment adds texture while leaving gaps, reminding us that history is often a patchwork of survival and loss. The Sealand dynasty's obscurity also raises broader reflections on how history is preserved. Ancient scribes, by choosing which rulers to record, shaped the narrative that reached us. Dynasties like Akkad, and Babylon became canonical, while others slipped into silence. The rediscovery of the Sealand kings demonstrates how fragile memory is, how much depends on what survives and what is deliberately forgotten. For modern audiences, the story resonates as more than academic detail. It reminds us that power has always involved control over memory. To erase a dynasty from the king list was to declare that its rulers did not matter, that their authority was illegitimate. Yet the clay tablets, fragile as they are, defied erasure. Buried in earth, passed through hands, preserved against odds, they carried the voices of forgotten kings into the present. Imagine the scribes who impressed those signs, sitting with reed stylus and damp clay, aware that they were recording lives of rulers meant to be remembered. They could not know that centuries later their work would be hidden, suppressed, or neglected, nor that millennia later scholars would lean over glass cases, tracing those same wedge marks with eyes hungry for lost history. The continuity between hand, stylus, clay, and modern reader is extraordinary. It bridges worlds separated by 4,000 years. One of the most evocative tablets lists offerings made to the gods under Sealand kings. Barley, sheep, and wine were dedicated to temples, affirming the dynasty's role as mediator between people and divine. Such records echo countless others across Mesopotamia, reminding us that despite their political obscurity, the Sealand rulers participated fully in the spiritual and civic structures of their age. They were kings not only in name but in practice, fulfilling duties expected of rulers from Sumer to Babylon. As with so many archaeological discoveries, chance played a role. Some tablets surfaced through illegal excavation and antiquities trade, later acquired by museums or scholars. While this complicates provenance, it also underscores how fragile the survival of history can be. A clay tablet, once tossed aside or broken, may contain the only surviving reference to a ruler, a battle, or an entire dynasty. In such fragments, lost centuries emerge. The ongoing challenge is to weave these fragments into a coherent narrative without overreaching. Scholars debate the length of the dynasty's rule, its relations with Kassite Babylon, and its ultimate downfall. Some argue it lasted more than a century and a half, others suggest shorter spans. What is certain is that the dynasty held power long enough to matter, resisting northern expansion and maintaining identity in a landscape both fertile and harsh. When visitors to museums pause before the Sealand tablets, what they encounter is more than clay. They encounter the stubborn survival of memory. Erasure failed. The kings once excluded from the king list now stand acknowledged, their names read again under bright lights. The tablets are modest in appearance, small blocks of earth inscribed with tiny wedges, yet their impact is vast, overturning assumptions, filling gaps, and reminding us that history is never final. The Sealand dynasty's story is both humbling and inspiring. Humbling because it reveals how incomplete our knowledge of the past remains, how easily centuries of power can vanish from record. Inspiring because it shows how even the smallest fragment can restore forgotten voices, rebalancing narratives shaped by ancient politics and later neglect. Each time a Sealand king's name is spoken aloud, the act pushes back against millennia of silence. In reflecting on the tablets, one cannot help but consider the broader legacy of Mesopotamia. This was the land where writing itself began, where kingship was first inscribed, where time was measured and divided. that a dynasty could exist here, thrive, and then be excised from official record, only to return through fragments, captures the paradox of history. It is both enduring and fragile, monumental and easily lost. The Sealand tablets embody that paradox with quiet force. As research continues, new discoveries may yet emerge from beneath the soils of southern Iraq, from storage rooms of museums, or from private collections waiting to be studied. Each tablet has the potential to shift understanding, to refine chronology, to illuminate forgotten rituals or economies. The Sealand dynasty, once erased, now grows clearer with each recovered sign. In the end, the Sealand tablets remind us that history is not fixed. It is a dialogue between past and present, shaped by what survives, what is found, and what is chosen to be remembered. The kings of the marshes, once absent from the king list, now stand revealed through clay, testimony to resilience across centuries. The first thing archaeologists noticed was not the skulls themselves, but the wooden stakes. They protruded faintly from the sediments of a drained lake bed in central Sweden, weathered fragments of wood preserved by waterlogged soil for nearly 8,000 years. As careful excavation progressed, the shapes became clear: human crania, pierced and mounted upon the stakes, arranged deliberately beneath the surface of what was once a shallow lake. This site, later named the Tomb of the Sunken Skulls, stands as one of the most mysterious and haunting discoveries of the Mesolithic era. The location lies at Canal Jordan, near the town of Motala, where the river Motala Strom connects Lakes Vatten and Boren. Today, the landscape appears peaceful: forests, fields, and water. But during the Mesolithic, it was a thriving hub of activity. Hunter-gatherer groups congregated here, making use of rivers and lakes for fishing, transport, and ritual. In this setting, around 7,500 BC, people created a watery cemetery unlike any other yet uncovered in Europe. The discovery came in the early 2000s, when excavations revealed not only scattered bones, but a carefully constructed stone packing laid at the bottom of the lake. Within this platform, archaeologists found skulls mounted on wooden stakes, driven through their bases and set upright before the entire arrangement was submerged. 13 skulls were identified, belonging to men, women, and children, each deliberately placed. Some still bore traces of soft tissue, preserved by the anaerobic conditions of the lakebed. What startled researchers most was the condition of certain crania. 2 still contained fragments of wooden stakes lodged firmly within them, physical proof of their mounting. Another striking discovery was that several skulls showed healed injuries, evidence of survival after trauma, while others bore fresh wounds inflicted around the time of death. This mixture of lifelong violence and ritualized placement suggested a complex relationship between community, conflict, and belief. The arrangement was far from careless. Surrounding the skulls were animal bones, primarily from elk, deer, and boar, as well as stone tools and other offerings. The placement on a stone platform within a shallow lake indicates intention. The dead were not simply discarded, they were given a watery resting place requiring significant effort. Moving heavy stones, preparing wooden stakes, arranging crania, all point to ritual, a structured practice whose meaning is now lost but whose traces remain. The Mesolithic period is often imagined as a time of simplicity, small groups subsisting by fishing and hunting. Yet discoveries like Canal Jordan disrupt that perception. They reveal not only survival but symbolic thought, elaborate mortuary practices, and perhaps belief in realms beyond the visible. Mounting skulls on stakes and sinking them in water required cultural logic, one we can only begin to reconstruct. Why skulls? In many ancient cultures, the head carried special significance. It housed identity, memory, spirit. Across Europe and the Near East, archaeological sites reveal skull removal, modification, and display. From plastered skulls in the Levant to arranged crania in Neolithic caves, the head was treated differently from the rest of the body. At Canal Jordan, the same pattern emerges. Bodies may have been elsewhere, but skulls alone were chosen for this watery tomb. Analysis of isotopes in the teeth revealed that the individuals buried here were local, not outsiders brought in as trophies. This suggests they were community members, perhaps elders, relatives, or individuals of significance. Yet the presence of traumatic injuries raises questions. Were they victims of conflict, ritual combat, sacrificial ceremonies? The healed wounds suggest lives lived amid violence, while the fresh injuries hint at ritual acts performed at or after death. Among the most evocative finds was the discovery of a woman's skull containing the remains of a newborn. The infant's bones were positioned within the cranium, an arrangement so deliberate it could not have been accidental. The meaning remains elusive, perhaps a symbolic joining of generations, perhaps a statement about fertility, death, and rebirth. Whatever the explanation, it speaks of a worldview layered with symbolic action, where death was not merely an ending but a passage marked by powerful gestures. The watery setting of the tomb carries its own significance. Throughout northern Europe, wetlands were places of ritual deposition. Later periods saw weapons, tools, and even human sacrifices placed in bogs and lakes, offered to deities or spirits. Canal Jordan may represent an early manifestation of this long tradition, where water served as a liminal zone between worlds. To sink skulls beneath a lake was perhaps to place them within the realm of spirits, gods, or ancestors, ensuring their presence in cycles of renewal and protection. The preservation of organic material at Canal Jordan allowed unprecedented insights into Mesolithic life. Wooden stakes rarely survive from this era, yet here they remained, their sharp ends still visible. Microscopic analysis revealed tool marks, evidence of deliberate crafting. Birch bark and plant fibers were also recovered, suggesting binding or wrapping. Each detail reinforces the impression of an elaborate choreographed ritual rather than haphazard disposal. The find challenged earlier assumptions about Mesolithic Europe. For much of the 20th century, hunter-gatherer societies were seen as egalitarian, pragmatic, and lacking in grand ritual. The Tomb of the Sunken Skulls reveals something different, a society capable of symbolic complexity, of creating ceremonies that involved planning, labor, and profound meaning. It compels us to view these communities not as primitive, but as fully human in their imagination and cultural depth. The emotional resonance of the discovery is hard to overstate. To see human skulls pierced and submerged is to confront practices that feel both alien and intimate. These were people like us, with families, fears, and hopes, yet their way of engaging with death followed paths we can scarcely comprehend. Archaeologists, accustomed to skeletons in graves, found themselves facing a display of crania unlike any known in northern Europe. The atmosphere of the site was heavy with questions, with the sense of stepping into a belief system half glimpsed through the veil of time. Scientific studies continue to deepen understanding. DNA analysis has begun to reveal kinship relationships, suggesting some individuals were related. This hints that the ritual was not random, but connected to family, lineage, or chosen groups within the community. Stable isotope studies on diet show reliance on freshwater fish, wild game, and gathered plants, painting a picture of subsistence tied closely to the watery environment in which they buried their dead. The discovery also opens debates about violence and ritual. Were the fresh injuries marks of execution, sacrifice, or post-mortem ritual defleshing? Some archaeologists suggest the blows were part of ceremonial treatment, transforming the head into a vessel of symbolic power. Others argue they reflect conflict, where fallen enemies were incorporated into ritual. The presence of local isotopic signatures complicates this, suggesting that even if violence was involved, the individuals were not outsiders but members of the community itself. Interpreting such practices is fraught, for modern perspectives can mislead. What may appear brutal to us may have been seen as sacred, protective, or even compassionate. In many cultures, manipulating the dead, removing bones, arranging remains, was not desecration, but devotion. At Canal Jordan, mounting skulls on stakes and sinking them may have been the highest form of respect, a way of binding the dead to water, land, and community for eternity. The Tomb of the Sunken Skulls stands almost alone in Europe without close parallels. This uniqueness heightens its mystery, but it may also reflect chance survival. Countless Mesolithic sites lie beneath lakes, rivers, and wetlands, unexcavated and undiscovered. It is possible that similar practices occurred elsewhere, their traces dissolved or buried beyond reach. Canal Jordan may be a rare glimpse of a wider tradition now largely invisible. Beyond archaeology, the discovery stirs imagination. To picture Mesolithic people carrying skulls, preparing steaks, arranging stones, and wading into the shallow lake is to glimpse ritual in motion. Torches may have illuminated the water's surface, chants may have filled the air, offerings of animal bones and tools may have been scattered before the crania were submerged. Such scenes remind us that ritual is as much about performance as outcome, binding participants together through shared action. The site also raises questions about memory. Who remembered these skulls once they were submerged? Did the community return, knowing their ancestors lay beneath the water? Did the lake itself become sacred, its surface marking the presence of the dead below? If so, the ritual did not end with deposition, but continued in ongoing reverence, with stories, songs, or taboos maintaining the bond between living and dead. Archaeologists carefully documented each find, photographing, drawing, and preserving. The skulls, steaks, and animal bones were transported to laboratories for analysis. Yet the impression of the site itself, the stone packing, the arrangement beneath water, remains vivid. Even in reconstruction, it communicates intention, design, and meaning. It is a message across 8,000 years, written not in words but in bones and wood, a communication we struggle to translate. Comparisons with later bog bodies of northern Europe highlight continuities of thought. Millennia after Canal Jordan, Iron Age communities placed human sacrifices in wetlands, their bodies preserved in peat. Though separated by time, both practices suggest a belief in water as sacred boundary, a place where offerings reached gods or spirits. Canal Jordan may represent the deep roots of this tradition, an origin point in the Mesolithic mind. The tomb of the sunken skulls also underscores the fragility of human legacy. For centuries, the site lay unknown beneath water and soil, its story silent until excavation brought it to light. Countless other rituals, equally complex, may never be recovered. That we know of Canal Jordan at all is a gift of preservation, a rare alignment of environment and chance. It reminds us that history is selective, shaped as much by survival as by intent. Today, the skulls and artifacts are preserved in Swedish collections, studied by scientists and displayed in exhibitions. They continue to provoke fascination, drawing visitors who marvel at their age and mystery. For many, the most striking realization is that these people lived long before the rise of agriculture in Northern Europe, before cities, before writing. Yet they created rituals of depth and beauty, leaving traces powerful enough to stir imagination thousands of years later. The tomb of the sunken skulls is more than an archaeological curiosity. It is a reminder that human culture, even in its earliest forms, reached toward meaning, toward gestures that bound life and death, community and landscape. The skulls, arranged beneath water, testify to a worldview rich with symbolism, one that defies simple explanation but compels respect. The Mesolithic hunters of Canal Jordan may be long gone, but through their ritual they achieved a form of immortality. Their skulls, stakes, and offerings remain, carrying forward whispers of belief, memory, and community across 8 millennia. To encounter them is to sense the depth of human imagination, the lengths to which people have always gone to honor, protect, and transform the passage between life and death. On a windswept headland in Orkney, where the North Sea meets jagged cliffs, a farmer's casual discovery changed the understanding of prehistoric Britain. In 1958, Ronald Simerson, while digging flagstones on his land at Bastida, struck stone that did not belong to natural bedrock. Beneath it lay a chambered tomb, sealed for millennia, containing not only human remains but talons and bones of sea eagles. What emerged from those excavations would later be called the Tomb of the Eagles, one of the most intriguing Neolithic burial sites in Europe. Unlike monumental sites such as Stonehenge, the Tomb of the Eagles hid itself well. From the surface, it resembled a grassy mound blending into the surrounding landscape. Inside, however, archaeologists uncovered a structure both deliberate and complex. A stone chamber with side cells radiating from a central space, constructed with care nearly 5,000 years ago. Within this tomb lay the disarticulated bones of hundreds of individuals, arranged over centuries, mingled with eagle talons placed in deliberate association. The sheer quantity of bones startled excavators. Thousands of fragments, skulls, femurs, ribs, lay in deposits that built up gradually. Rather than single burials, the tomb functioned as a communal resting place. Bodies were placed, decomposed, and rearranged, their bones mingling with those of earlier generations. Skulls were often grouped, long bones stacked, suggesting ritual treatment of the dead beyond simple interment. Yet what set the tomb of the eagles apart from other chambered cairns was the presence of eagle remains. At least 8 different birds were represented, their talons placed alongside human bones. The association was deliberate, not casual intrusion. Sea eagles or white-tailed eagles were formidable birds with wingspans exceeding 2 meters. Revered across cultures for strength and majesty, they may have carried symbolic weight for Neolithic Orcadians. To intertalons with the dead suggests belief in transformation, protection, or spiritual connection. Radiocarbon dating revealed that the tomb was in use for nearly a millennium, from around 3000 BC to 2000 BC. This long span indicates continuity of ritual across generations. Each new deposition reaffirmed ties between community, ancestors, and landscape. The headland itself, overlooking sea and sky, amplified the symbolism. To place the dead here was to bind them to elemental forces, the ocean's roar, the eagle's flight, the stone's endurance. Excavation of the tomb also yielded artifacts, stone tools, pottery fragments, and animal remains. These offerings, placed with the dead, underline the importance of ritual exchange. The presence of cattle bones and red deer antlers points to feasting or sacrifice accompanying deposition. The tomb was not simply a repository, it was a stage for repeated ceremonies, binding the living with their ancestors through shared meals, gestures, and memory. The eagle talons invite endless speculation. Were they totemic symbols, guiding souls into the next world? Were they trophies, representing hunts or rituals performed during funerals? Or did they embody transformation, with the dead envisioned as taking flight with the eagle after death? Whatever the meaning, the careful placement suggests significance central to the tomb's purpose. The treatment of human remains was equally telling. Some skulls displayed cut marks, evidence of defleshing. Others bore fractures consistent with post-mortem manipulation. This suggests bodies were not simply left to decompose naturally, but were actively curated. Flesh may have been removed deliberately, bones rearranged in symbolic order. Such practices speak of beliefs where bones carried meaning beyond the body, where disarticulation itself was ritual. When researchers studied the bones, they found signs of lives lived in hardship, yet resilience. Arthritis, healed fractures, and dental wear testified to daily labor. Yet there was also longevity. Some individuals lived well into old age, a notable achievement in Neolithic times. The community gathered its people here, regardless of age or status, creating a collective tomb that blurred distinctions between individuals. The tomb's architecture reinforces the sense of design. Built from massive stone slabs, it contained a central chamber accessed by a low passage. Entering required crawling, a physical act of humility. Once inside, visitors encountered side cells where bones lay. The chamber's shape echoed other Orkney cairns, such as Maeshowe, but the presence of eagle remains made this tomb unique. Its builders harnessed both architectural skill and symbolic depth, merging stone, sea, and bird into a single sacred place. The discovery of the Tomb of the Eagles also reshaped how archaeologists understood Orkney itself. Long seen as a remote northern outpost, Orkney is now recognized as a vibrant Neolithic center, home to sites like Skara Brae, the Ring of Brodgar, and Maeshowe. The Tomb of the Eagles fits into this rich cultural landscape, reflecting a community deeply engaged with ritual, cosmology, and connection to environment. Ethnographic parallels suggest the eagle may have symbolized transcendence. In many cultures, birds of prey embody the journey between earth and sky. To associate the dead with eagles may have implied rebirth, protection, or elevation to a spiritual realm. The deliberate selection of sea eagles, rare and formidable, reinforces the idea of symbolic potency. These birds nested on cliffs and hunted overseas, embodying wild power beyond human control. By placing their talons in the tomb, people may have sought to channel that power for the dead. For centuries after its sealing, the tomb lay forgotten. Grass covered the mound, storms battered the headland, and generations passed unaware of the bones below. Only by chance did Ronald Simmerson uncover it, and even then, decades passed before professional excavation revealed its full extent. The story of its discovery mirrors the patience of the tomb itself, secrets held for millennia, released slowly into modern awareness. The site continues to generate debate. Some scholars emphasize the eagle as totem, others as symbol of seasonal cycles. Still others see the tomb as evidence of ancestor cults, where bones were curated to maintain social memory. The variety of interpretations reflects the tomb's richness. It refuses reduction to a single explanation. Its complexity mirrors the people who built it, whose world combined survival with meaning, pragmatism with ritual. The Tomb of the Eagles also illuminates broader themes of Neolithic Europe. Across the continent, communities built chambered tombs, henges, and monuments, expressing shared concerns with death, ancestors, and cosmos. Yet each site reflects local character. Orkney's tombs, perched on cliffs and islands, emphasize sea and sky. The eagle talons distinguish this tomb, revealing symbolic choices rooted in the environment, yet reaching toward spiritual horizons. For those who visit today, the experience is striking. To enter the reconstructed passage, to crawl into the chamber, is to sense the weight of time. Bones are no longer present, but the architecture communicates its message: intimacy, community, reverence. The setting on the cliff edge, with seabirds wheeling overhead, reinforces the link between past and present. Visitors emerge with the impression not only of archaeology, but of contact across millennia. Archaeological science continues to refine the story. Radiocarbon dating, stable isotope analysis, and DNA studies all add layers of detail. They reveal diets based on cattle, sheep, fish, and gathered plants. They trace kinship links, suggesting families shared the tomb across generations. They uncover health patterns, showing both hardship and resilience. Each detail transforms the bones from abstract remains into lives once lived, into people who farmed, hunted, raised families, and found meaning in ritual. The Tomb of the Eagles stands as a reminder that death in the Neolithic was not an ending, but a transformation. Bones, rearranged and mingled, symbolized continuity between generations. Eagle talons, placed deliberately, spoke of journeys beyond death. Stone, water, and sky merged in a single place, anchoring community to landscape and cosmos. The site challenges assumptions about prehistory. It reveals sophistication in ritual, depth in symbolism, and continuity of practice across centuries. It shows that even in distant Orkney, far from Mediterranean centers, people crafted ceremonies of complexity and meaning. Their tomb was not crude or accidental, but carefully designed, rooted in a worldview that integrated environment, animal, human, and divine. The story of the Tomb of the Eagles is ultimately about connection, between the living and the dead, between people and birds, between land and sea, between past and present. Its bones and talons speak not only of death, but of continuity, of a community finding meaning in ritual across generations. The tomb whispers of beliefs now lost yet still powerful, beliefs that bound people to their ancestors, their landscape, and their skies. Even after thousands of years, the message remains. Human beings have always sought meaning in death, always turned to symbols, always reached beyond themselves towards something larger. The Tomb of the Eagles is a testament to that impulse, preserved in stone, bone, and talon on a cliff above the North Sea. The story of Jiroft begins not with an excavation, but with looters. In the early 2000s, villagers in southeastern Iran stumbled upon graves filled with intricately carved stone vessels. Soon the black market flooded with artifacts unlike anything scholars had ever seen. Chlorite bowls, cups, and boxes decorated with scenes of mythical beasts, human figures, and geometric patterns. Their sudden appearance baffled archaeologists. These objects bore no clear resemblance to Mesopotamian, Elamite, or Indus Valley traditions, yet their craftsmanship rivaled all three. What culture, previously unknown, had left behind such mastery? The looting eventually drew official attention. Iranian authorities launched excavations at sites near the Halil River, particularly at Konar Sandal. Here, archaeologists uncovered a vast settlement dating to the early 3rd millennium BC. Beneath layers of soil, monumental mud brick structures, citadels, and palatial buildings emerged. Alongside them lay thousands of carved stone artifacts, confirming that the looted items were not isolated curiosities, but part of a once thriving culture. The scale of Jiroft was astonishing. The settlement sprawled across several square kilometers, with evidence of sophisticated urban planning. Massive walls and fortified structures indicated centralized authority. Workshops for stone carving suggested organized craft specialization. Irrigation channels revealed knowledge of agriculture in a challenging environment. This was not a marginal community, but a flourishing civilization, one capable of rivaling contemporary Mesopotamia. What set Jiroft apart was its art. The carved chlorite vessels, often inlaid with shell or semi-precious stones, display imagery both strange and compelling. Composite creatures with serpent bodies and eagle heads. Human figures grasping scorpions or seated in ritual postures. Scenes of architecture, animals, and ritual objects. These motifs resist easy classification. Some recall Mesopotamian myth, others echo Indus Valley seals. Yet their style is uniquely Jiroft. The density of imagery suggests a rich symbolic system, perhaps even a lost writing tradition. Indeed, archaeologists at Jiroft unearthed tablets inscribed with symbols. Though not fully deciphered, some scholars argue they represent a distinct script predating or paralleling cuneiform. If so, Jiroft would not merely rival Mesopotamia. It would stand as an independent cradle of civilization, contributing to the world's earliest systems of writing and record-keeping. The artifacts themselves reveal technological brilliance. Carving chlorite, a hard stone, requires skill and precision. Craftsmen hollowed vessels, incised intricate patterns, and polished surfaces to a gleaming finish. Many pieces incorporate three-dimensional sculpture, protruding animal heads, handles shaped as serpents, lids crowned with figures. These were not everyday utensils, but ceremonial objects, likely reserved for elite or ritual use. Their presence in graves suggests a role in funerary rites, perhaps guiding the dead into the afterlife. Beyond art, Jiroft's location reveals its importance. Situated between Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and Central Asia, it occupied a crossroads of ancient trade. Archaeological evidence points to exchange of lapis lazuli, carnelian, copper, and timber. Jiroft may have been a hub linking disparate cultures, transmitting goods, ideas, and symbols across continents. Its unique art style could reflect this cosmopolitan role, blending influences into a distinctive synthesis. The sudden emergence of Jiroft in modern archaeology has sparked debate. Some scholars caution against exaggeration, noting the dangers of building sweeping narratives from looted material. Others argue that the sheer quantity, quality, and context of artifacts justify recognizing Jiroft as a major civilization. The truth likely lies between a powerful regional culture whose contributions were overshadowed by Mesopotamia, but whose significance is only now coming to light. Excavations at Konar Sandal revealed monumental platforms and multi-room complexes. These structures suggest organized labor and centralized governance. Some appear to have served as temples or administrative centers, where rituals and bureaucracy intertwined. Evidence of large-scale storage points to agricultural surplus, a hallmark of urban societies. Taken together, the material indicates a complex hierarchy of rulers, priests, and artisans. The Halil River itself may have been central to Jiroft's identity. Flowing through arid mountains and deserts, it provided life-sustaining water. Many artifacts depict rivers, boats, and aquatic creatures, hinting at symbolic reverence for water. Rituals may have centered on ensuring its flow, binding community survival to spiritual practice. The river's fertility enabled agriculture, but its unpredictability may also have inspired awe and ritual. One striking aspect of Jiroft art is its focus on composite creatures, serpents with wings, humans with animal features, creatures locked in combat. These images echo mythologies worldwide where hybrids symbolize liminality, power, or cosmic struggle. In Jiroft, such beings may have embodied protective spirits, deities, or mythic ancestors. Their recurrence across hundreds of artifacts suggests shared stories or religious texts now lost to us. The discovery of possible writing at Jiroft deepens the mystery. While not fully deciphered, inscribed tablets display repeated symbols, some resembling pictographs. If confirmed as writing, they would place Jiroft among the earliest literate cultures. Scholars debate whether these signs represent Proto-Elamite script, an independent invention, or a regional variant. Whatever the case, they show Jiroft's inhabitants were experimenting with recording systems as early as the 3rd millennium BC. The sheer number of carved vessels is staggering. Archaeologists estimate thousands existed, many still in private collections after looting. The density suggests mass production for elite use, trade, or ritual distribution. Some vessels bear near-identical motifs, hinting at standardized iconography controlled by authorities or priesthoods. This level of production indicates an organized economy with specialized artisans supported by surplus agriculture. Yet the culture of Jiroft eventually faded. By the late 3rd millennium BC, the settlement declined, perhaps due to climate change, shifting trade routes, or political upheaval. Its legacy, however, persisted in artifacts scattered across museums and markets. For centuries, Jiroft was forgotten, buried beneath soil and time until its accidental rediscovery. The implications of Jiroft are profound. For decades, Mesopotamia was seen as the sole cradle of civilization. Discoveries in the Indus Valley, Egypt, and China expanded that view, but Jiroft adds another dimension. Here was a complex urban society, contemporary with Mesopotamia, developing its own art, rituals, and possibly writing. Its existence suggests that civilization was not singular but multipolar, arising independently in several regions. The artistry of Jiroft also forces reconsideration of cultural diffusion. If Mesopotamia influenced Jiroft, why is the style so distinct? If Jiroft borrowed from Indus traditions, why are its motifs unique? The evidence suggests that Jiroft was no mere imitator, but a center of innovation, shaping its own symbolic language while participating in wider networks. For modern observers, the allure of Jiroft lies partly in its mystery. Unlike Mesopotamia, with its vast written records, Jiroft speaks through images carved into stone. Deciphering its meaning requires imagination as well as analysis. Each vessel is a puzzle, a message from a culture that spoke in symbols now partly obscured. The temptation to see in them traces of forgotten myths, lost scriptures, or hidden wisdom is strong. Scientific analysis grounds these speculations. Petrographic studies show that the chlorite used in Jiroft vessels came from local quarries, confirming indigenous production. Residue analysis reveals traces of plant oils and resins, suggesting vessels were used in rituals involving perfumes or offerings. Isotopic studies of human remains indicate a diet of wheat, barley, sheep, and goats, revealing a mixed agricultural pastoral economy. These details anchor the grandeur of art in the daily realities of life. The international community has also played a role in shaping Jiroft's story. Looted artifacts circulated in markets from Dubai to London, sparking legal battles over repatriation. Iran's government pressed for the return of items, arguing they were part of national heritage. Museums faced ethical questions about displaying objects with unclear provenance. The debates highlight how ancient artifacts continue to shape modern identities and politics. Within Iran, Jiroft has become a symbol of pride, evidence that its land was home to civilization as ancient and grand as Mesopotamia. Local communities near the Halil River celebrate the discoveries, integrating them into regional identity. For archaeologists, the challenge is to balance heritage preservation with ongoing research, ensuring that looting does not erase the possibility of deeper understanding. The Tomb of the Eagles in Orkney revealed ritual with birds. The sunken skulls of Sweden showed watery rites of ancestors. Jiroft, with its carved vessels, adds yet another layer, a culture that spoke in stone, inscribing myths and symbols into vessels passed from hand to hand, grave to grave. Each site shows humanity's search for meaning, expressed in forms as diverse as skulls on stakes, talons in tombs, and creatures etched in chlorite. For those who handle Jiroft vessels today, the effect is immediate. The weight of stone, the precision of carving, the strange familiarity of hybrid beasts, all communicate across millennia. One senses the presence of artisans bent over stone, of priests presenting vessels in ritual, of mourners placing them in graves. The objects are not mute, they speak of hands, minds, and beliefs once vibrant. Jiroft's rediscovery also warns us of how fragile the past can be. Had looters not stumbled upon graves, had artifacts dispersed without study, we might never have known of this culture. Even now, much remains buried, awaiting careful excavation. The story is incomplete, its fragments scattered, its meaning only partly glimpsed. Yet what has emerged is enough to transform our understanding of early civilization. The Halil River continues to flow past Konar Sandal, winding through fields and villages. Beneath its banks, layers of history remain, perhaps containing more vessels, more tablets, more traces of a forgotten people. Each season of excavation adds new pieces, but the whole picture remains elusive. This incompleteness is part of the allure, reminding us that history is not static, but a process of discovery. The Jiroft artifacts, whether in museum cases or excavation trenches, carry with them the mystery of lost voices. They remind us that human creativity is vast, that civilizations rise and fall, that symbols outlast words. They ask us to listen carefully, to see in carved stone the outlines of a culture that once thrived, rivaling its neighbors yet remaining distinct. To contemplate Jiroft is to recognize how much of human history lies hidden, how many stories wait beneath soil and sand. The carved vessels are more than art. They are messages, fragments of a worldview that saw meaning in creatures both real and imagined, in rituals both daily and divine. They stand as testimony to a forgotten civilization, one that reshapes how we see the ancient world. And even though their makers are long gone, their creations endure. Stone, after all, remembers. The first impression of Alepotrypa is not of bones or artifacts, but of immensity. Step through its entrance in the rugged hills of southern Greece, and the cavern stretches away into darkness, vast enough to swallow an entire village. That image is not far from the truth. In the Neolithic era, thousands of years before recorded history, this cave was home to a thriving community. People lived, worked, buried their dead, and worshipped within its chambers. Then, in a moment of geological violence, it all ended. The cave collapsed, sealing its inhabitants and their world inside for millennia. Alepotrypa, meaning foxhole, lies in the Mani Peninsula, a land of rocky ridges and deep history. Its rediscovery in the 1950s startled both archaeologists and locals. The cavern's mouth opened onto chambers filled with artifacts remarkably preserved, stone tools, pottery, figurines, and human remains. What became clear over decades of study was that this was no mere refuge or temporary shelter. It was a village in its own right, one of the largest subterranean settlements known from the Neolithic world. The cave's dimensions alone inspire awe. Nearly 300 meters deep and more than 100 meters wide in places, it provided space for habitation on a scale unmatched by other prehistoric caves in Greece. Stalactites and stalagmites formed natural partitions, creating zones that residents adapted into living spaces, storage areas, and ceremonial spots. The very architecture of the earth became their home. Inside, archaeologists uncovered layers of occupation dating back 6,000 to 7,000 years. Pottery fragments reveal styles from the late Neolithic period, decorated with incised lines and painted motifs. Stone tools crafted from flint and obsidian trace networks of trade, for obsidian could only have come from the volcanic island of Melos, far to the north. The presence of such material demonstrates that Alepotrypa's inhabitants were not isolated cave dwellers, but participants in a wider world of exchange and contact. What distinguished Alepotrypa from other Neolithic sites was not only the scale of its occupation, but the intensity of its ritual life. Burials within the cave were numerous. Human remains, both whole and fragmentary, were interred with care. Some graves contained multiple individuals, suggesting family groupings or collective rites. Others were marked by offerings, pots filled with food, stone tools, ornaments of shell or bone. The cave functioned as both dwelling and necropolis, uniting the living and the dead within one space. Among the discoveries were symbolic artifacts that hint at belief systems now lost. Figurines carved from stone or molded from clay depict human forms, sometimes abstract, sometimes detailed. One striking piece shows a seated figure with arms folded, a pose echoed in Cycladic art centuries later. Whether these were household charms, representations of deities, or tokens of ancestors, they attest to a spiritual dimension woven into daily life. The preservation of organic material added richness to the picture. Seeds, bones of domesticated animals, and traces of hearths showed a mixed economy of farming and herding. Wheat and barley were staples, supplemented by sheep, goats, and pigs. The cave's chambers served as storage, keeping grain and foodstuffs safe from the elements. This blending of agriculture with subterranean shelter created a unique adaptation, a community living within stone while sustaining life outside. Then came disaster. Geological studies indicate that around 3200 BC, a catastrophic rockfall sealed the cave's main entrance. For the people inside, there was no escape. Archaeologists found signs that dozens, perhaps hundreds, perished in the collapse. Their bodies remained entombed alongside their possessions, creating a frozen moment in prehistory. Unlike most settlements abandoned gradually, Alepotrypa ended suddenly, its life interrupted mid-course. That tragedy is what preserved the site so well. Sealed by rock, the cave became a time capsule. For over 5,000 years, its contents lay untouched, protected from weather, looting, and farming that might have erased all trace. When rediscovered, Alepotrypa offered an uncommonly vivid window into Neolithic life. Few places in Europe provide such a concentrated glimpse into both daily activity and ritual practice. The cave's role as a burial site connects it to broader themes of Neolithic Greece. Across the region, people created megalithic tombs, ossuaries, and ritual spaces linking the living with their ancestors. Alepotrypa amplified this pattern by combining settlement and cemetery in one vast cavern. Living alongside the dead may have reinforced beliefs about continuity, ancestry, and protection. To sleep and eat near the bones of forebears was not unusual, but natural, part of an integrated worldview. Evidence suggests that rituals extended beyond burial. Hearths and ash layers point to communal gatherings. Pottery deposits imply feasting, perhaps connected to seasonal cycles or rites of passage. The acoustics of the cavern, magnified by stone walls, would have turned speech, song, or drumming into resonant experiences. Rituals here may have been multisensory, combining light, sound, and space in ways that reinforced belief. One of the most intriguing aspects of Alepotrypa is its possible connection to Greek myth. Some scholars speculate that memories of the cave lingered into later times, transformed into stories of Hades and the underworld. The idea of a great cavern where the living met the dead resonates with Homeric descriptions of the afterlife. While direct continuity is impossible to prove, the parallels suggest that Alepotrypa's memory may have echoed faintly through millennia of storytelling. The discovery also challenged assumptions about Neolithic Greece. For years, the focus of prehistory lay in open-air settlements and megalithic structures. Alepotrypa demonstrated that subterranean life could be complex and permanent. It forced archaeologists to reconsider the range of Neolithic adaptation, showing that communities could thrive in environments once dismissed as marginal. The artifacts themselves tell intimate stories. A pot with burn marks suggests meals prepared and shared. A stone axe worn smooth by use speaks of daily labor. Beads fashioned from shells reveal adornment and care for appearance. Together, these objects humanize the inhabitants, reminding us that they were not abstractions, but people with tastes, aesthetics, and emotions. Among the most poignant finds were human skeletons left undisturbed by the collapse. Some lay in positions suggesting sudden death, caught unaware by falling rock. Others appear to have been buried deliberately, perhaps in the aftermath of partial collapses before the final sealing. These remains carry an immediacy that transcends millennia. They are not only data, but testimonies of lives lived and lost. The sheer volume of material from Alepotrypa continues to occupy researchers. Pottery sequences refine chronologies of Neolithic Greece. Botanical remains reconstruct ancient diets. DNA studies promise to illuminate kinship and migration. Each discovery adds nuance to the picture of a community that flourished beneath stone ceilings, tied to broader currents of trade and culture in the Aegean world. The site also carries lessons about fragility. For centuries, this community thrived, adapting ingeniously to its environment, yet a single geological event ended it. The collapse transformed prosperity into entombment, vitality into archaeology. It is a reminder of how quickly human achievement can be undone by forces beyond control. Visitors to Alepotrypa today experience more than archaeology. Walking into its chambers, one senses the vastness that first attracted settlers. Light falls on stalagmites that once divided living areas. The cool air carries traces of the past, not as ghosts, but as presence. To imagine fires burning, voices rising, children playing, and rituals unfolding is to bridge 5,000 years with the power of place. Archaeologists often emphasize Alepotrypa's uniqueness, but it also resonates with wider patterns. Across the world, caves have drawn humans as homes, sanctuaries, and tombs. They are spaces of liminality, linking earth with underworld, day with night, life with death. Alepotrypa exemplifies this universal theme, yet grounds it in the specifics of Neolithic Greece. Its blend of habitation, burial, and ritual embodies the holistic worldview of early farmers and herders, for whom nature and culture were not separate but intertwined. The tragedy of the collapse paradoxically preserved Alepotrypa's richness. Had the community simply moved on, erosion and agriculture might have erased all trace. Instead, the rockfalls sealed their world intact. Rediscovered thousands of years later, it speaks with clarity rare in prehistory. Each artifact, bone and structure whispers of adaptation, belief, and resilience. Alepotrypa also invites reflection on memory. The cave lay hidden for millennia, yet when unearthed, it re-entered cultural consciousness. Scholars, tourists, and locals now speak of it as a place of significance, a treasure of heritage. In this way, the community that once lived here has returned, their presence acknowledged anew. Archaeology, at its best, restores such forgotten voices to history. The cave continues to yield discoveries as research advances. Every season brings new details, whether of diet, trade, or ritual. The story is far from complete, yet what is already known suffices to establish Alepotrypa as one of the most remarkable archaeological sites of Neolithic Europe. Its combination of habitation, ritual, and catastrophic ending make it unparalleled. The lives lived within Alepotrypa remind us of the ingenuity of our ancestors. They carved a world within stone, blending daily survival with ceremony, raising families under stalactites, burying their dead beside hearths, and crafting symbols that linked them with forces beyond themselves. Their tragedy became their legacy, preserved by collapse, rediscovered by chance, and now studied with reverence. Alepotrypa endures not only as a cave, but as a narrative of human resilience and vulnerability. It shows how communities adapt, how they invest meaning in place, and how sudden events can shape history. The cave's chambers, once filled with light of hearths and voices of people, now hold knowledge for those who seek to understand the Neolithic past. From the depths of Alepotrypa comes a story both intimate and immense, of a community that lived and died beneath stone, leaving behind a world preserved by catastrophe. Gold has a way of carrying meaning far beyond its glitter. In the ancient kingdom of Silla, in the southeastern corner of the Korean peninsula, artisans shaped this precious metal into crowns so intricate and so unusual that even now, more than 1,000 years after they were buried, their true symbolism remains uncertain. These crowns, uncovered from royal tombs in the city of Gyeongju, belong to a world where art, ritual, and power blended seamlessly. Their designs, branch-like projections, delicate pendants, and jade ornaments, still puzzle scholars, offering tantalizing glimpses into beliefs that guided a kingdom long vanished. The Silla kingdom emerged in the 1st centuries AD, and by the 5th and 6th centuries had grown into a powerful state. Gyeongju, its capital, became a city of tomb mounds, earthen hills concealing chambers where rulers and elites were interred with treasures. When archaeologists first opened these tombs in the 20th century, what they found astonished the world. Crowns of pure gold, dazzling in both craftsmanship and imagination. Unlike the heavy circlets of medieval Europe or the diadems of Mesopotamia, Silla crowns rise in intricate vertical forms, as though imitating trees, antlers, or even lightning. The most famous examples include the gold crown from Gumguanchong, known as the Golden Crown Tomb, and others from Huangnamdaichong and Cheonmachong. These crowns are masterpieces of metallurgy. Sheets of hammered gold, impossibly thin yet resilient, were cut into patterns of branching prongs. Some sprout into trident forms, others divide into tree-like shapes. At the tips, tiny dangling discs catch the light, fluttering with movement. Hanging from the crown are comma-shaped jade ornaments known as gogok, their smooth curves adding color to the golden surface. Each crown is unique, yet together they form a distinct artistic tradition unparalleled elsewhere in the ancient world. The immediate question is what these designs meant. The tree-like uprights suggest connections to shamanistic traditions, where the world tree linked heaven, earth, and the underworld. In many cultures across Eurasia, antlered figures or horned shapes symbolized strength, fertility, or spiritual authority. Some scholars see in the Silla crowns echoes of Siberian and Central Asian steppe cultures, where nomads carried symbols of power drawn from nature. Others argue that the crowns reflect indigenous Korean cosmology, combining natural motifs with ritual significance. Whatever the precise meaning, the crowns are not mere decoration. They embody a worldview in which rulers were more than political figures. They were intermediaries between realms, their regalia charged with symbolic power. The technique of making such crowns required exceptional skill. Goldsmiths hammered nuggets of alluvial gold into thin sheets, then cut intricate designs using fine tools. They attached pendants with tiny rings, ensuring they moved freely. The gogok ornaments, often of jade or glass, were polished to a high sheen and suspended with wire. Despite their fragility, the crowns survived centuries underground, testimony to both craftsmanship and the protective environment of the tombs. Their survival allows us to see not just an object, but the culmination of artistic traditions and symbolic thought. The tombs that house these crowns tell their own stories. Many are large earthen mounds, built over wooden chambers reinforced with stone. Within these chambers, rulers were laid to rest surrounded by treasures, belts of gold, earrings, bracelets, horse trappings, weapons, and drinking vessels. The wealth buried with them speaks of Silla's prosperity and of beliefs about the afterlife, where rulers continued their status beyond death. The crowns were the centerpiece, signifying authority carried into eternity. The discovery of these crowns was a revelation for archaeology in Korea. In the early 20th century, Korea was under Japanese occupation, and many artifacts were removed or studied in ways shaped by colonial interests. After independence, renewed excavations in Gyeongju highlighted the uniqueness of Silla's heritage. The crowns became symbols of Korean identity, linking modern culture with an ancient golden age. Today, they are housed in the National Museum of Korea, where visitors marvel at their delicacy and mystery. What continues to puzzle scholars is the scarcity of written records from Silla's early centuries. Unlike China or Mesopotamia, where texts provide context, the Silla kingdom left few inscriptions until later periods. As a result, the crowns must be interpreted primarily through their form and comparison. Some theories suggest the crowns were never worn in life, being too fragile, and instead functioned solely as burial regalia. Others propose they were ceremonial, donned during rituals where movement and light enhanced their symbolic meaning. The dangling discs, catching sunlight or firelight, may have created shimmering displays reinforcing the ruler's otherworldly presence. The gogok ornaments carry their own symbolism. Shaped like commas or crescent moons, they appear in Korean art from the prehistoric period onward. Some scholars link them to fertility symbols, others to seeds or droplets of water. In the crowns, they may have symbolized life force, prosperity, or connection to natural cycles. Their use alongside gold suggests a union of preciousness and meaning, turning the crown into a microcosm of the natural and spiritual worlds. The crowns also speak to Silla's place in wider networks of exchange. Although Korea was geographically separate, it was not isolated. Contacts with China, Japan, and steppe cultures influenced Silla's art and politics. Yet the crowns remain distinct, showing how Silla adapted influences into its own symbolic vocabulary. The antler-like prongs may recall nomadic traditions, while the use of jade echoes Chinese prestige goods. By combining these elements in a unique form, Silla proclaimed both its participation in broader traditions and its independence. Archaeologists have noted that crowns were found only in the richest tombs, likely belonging to kings or queens. Indeed, evidence suggests that women as well as men could hold high authority in Silla. One crown, found in the Hwangnam Daichong tomb, is believed to have belonged to a queen, buried with regalia equal to any king's. This gender inclusivity adds depth to our understanding of Silla society, where women could serve as rulers and religious figures. The crowns, therefore, symbolize not only kingship, but rulership more broadly, transcending gender. The artistry of the crowns also connects to Silla's concept of rulership as sacred. In a society influenced by shamanism, rulers were expected to mediate between humans and spirits. The crown's upward projections, reaching skyward, may have embodied this role, transforming the wearer into a bridge between realms. During ceremonies, the crown's glittering presence would have reinforced the ruler's semi-divine status, commanding awe and reverence. Yet despite decades of study, no single interpretation fully explains the crowns. Were they trees of life, antlers of power, symbols of lightning, or combinations of all these? Their ambiguity is part of their allure. Each interpretation opens new perspectives on how ancient Silla understood power, nature, and the cosmos. The crowns remain puzzles in gold, their meaning tantalizingly just beyond reach. Beyond symbolism, the crowns illustrate Silla's mastery of resources. Gold is not abundant in Korea, yet the sheer quantity used suggests control over mining or trade. The presence of imported jade indicates far-reaching connections. Silla's rulers commanded not only political authority, but the ability to mobilize resources across regions, reinforcing their prestige through tangible wealth. The crowns also remind us of the human dimension of archaeology. Imagine the moment of burial, a ruler laid to rest in a wooden chamber, surrounded by attendants placing treasures with care. The crown, delicate and gleaming, placed upon the head or beside the body. Mourners sealing the chamber, piling earth above it, creating a mound that would stand for centuries. Each crown is not only an artifact, but a fragment of ritual, carrying echoes of grief, reverence, and hope for continuity. Modern visitors often marvel at the crown's beauty, yet for those who created them, beauty was inseparable from power and belief. The crowns are not art in the modern sense, but sacred regalia, infused with meaning we can only partially reconstruct. Their survival across centuries allows us to glimpse that lost world, though never to enter it fully. Scientific studies have added new insights. Metallurgical analysis shows techniques of hammering, cutting, and riveting consistent with advanced goldsmithing. Microscopic examination reveals tool marks, offering glimpses of the artisan's hands. Residue analysis of soil within the crowns suggests contact with organic materials, possibly fabric or leather, hinting that crowns may have been mounted on headgear. Each study deepens our appreciation of the technical sophistication behind the crown's fragile elegance. The Silla gold crowns stand today as some of the most extraordinary regalia of the ancient world. Their uniqueness lies not only in design, but in the questions they provoke. They are artifacts of a society that saw power as inseparable from nature and ritual, rulers as mediators between worlds, and gold not merely as wealth, but as sacred material. Gyeongju, where these crowns were found, is now a quiet city, but beneath its streets and hills lie the remains of a capital once filled with tombs, palaces, and temples. The crowns recovered from its mounds are fragments of that grandeur, testimonies to a kingdom that flourished, then transformed, eventually uniting with its neighbors to form a unified Korea. In their delicate prongs and dangling ornaments, the crowns preserve not only the artistry of Silla, but its aspirations, beliefs, and mysteries. To gaze upon a Silla crown is to confront both brilliance and enigma. The gold catches the light, dazzling as it must have dazzled ancient eyes, yet its meaning resists certainty. It invites contemplation, reflection, and imagination. Perhaps this ambiguity was intentional, allowing crowns to embody multiple layers of symbolism, accessible differently to rulers, priests, and common people. What is certain is that the crowns are among the greatest treasures of Korea's past. They embody a vision of rulership rooted in both the earthly and the cosmic, in both material wealth and spiritual power. Their artistry continues to inspire wonder. Their mystery continues to invite inquiry. They are golden bridges to a world where meaning shimmered as delicately as the pendants that once swayed from their frames. The armor was discovered not as a complete suit on display, but as fragments lying within a tomb in a quiet Greek village. In 1960, near the settlement of Dendra in the Peloponnese, archaeologists unearthed a chamber burial belonging to the Bronze Age. Among the pottery and skeletal remains, they found something that startled them: large bronze plates, shaped and curved, pierced for fastening, heavy yet deliberate. When reassembled, these fragments revealed a full panoply, an entire suit of bronze armor from the 15th century BC. It was unlike anything previously known from that era. The Bronze Age in Greece was familiar through Mycenaean pottery, weapons and jewelry, but a complete body armor, constructed with such sophistication, challenged assumptions. Until then, the prevailing view was that warriors wore little more than helmets, greaves, and perhaps leather protection. The Dendra panoply, towering and complex, suggested a level of metallurgical and military technology unexpected for its time. The armor consists of multiple bronze plates, covering torso, shoulders, and thighs, articulated with leather and linen. A large pair of shoulder guards flare outward, while the cuirass encases the chest in a rigid shell. Greaves protect the shins, and a boar's tusk helmet, typical of Mycenaean warriors, completed the ensemble. When assembled, the suit gives the impression of formidable presence, more like medieval plate armor than the lighter gear usually imagined for the Bronze Age. The craftsmanship is striking. The bronze plates are hammered to precise curves, fitted with perforations for lacing. The weight of the armor is considerable, estimated at around 15 kilograms. While heavy, it was not beyond use in combat, especially for elite warriors or champions fighting in set-piece battles. The suit suggests that Bronze Age Greece was experimenting with forms of protection that went beyond shields and helmets, moving toward full-body defense centuries before similar armor appeared elsewhere. The tomb context deepened the mystery. This burial chamber belonged to a warrior of status, likely tied to Mycenae or another palace center. Alongside the armor were weapons, swords, daggers, and spearheads, along with pottery that dated the burial to around 1400 BC. This placed the panoply firmly in the late Helladic period, the era of the Mycenaean palaces, when kings like those later remembered in Homeric epic ruled fortified citadels. What puzzled archaeologists was not only the armor's existence, but its sophistication. Bronze was expensive and labor-intensive to produce. To create large plates of uniform thickness required advanced smelting, casting, and hammering techniques. The Dendra panoply showed that Mycenaean smiths possessed not only the resources, but the technical mastery to fashion armor on a scale once thought impossible. The suit has been reconstructed and displayed, allowing modern viewers to appreciate its imposing form. Standing upright, it rises nearly to the height of a man, gleaming with polished bronze. It conveys not just protection, but intimidation, a visual statement of authority and power. A warrior clad in such armor would have stood out dramatically, a living embodiment of strength and prestige. Debates quickly arose about its function. Some scholars argued it was ceremonial, too heavy and cumbersome for real combat. They imagined it used in processions or rituals, worn by leaders to display wealth and divine favor. Others countered that the weight was manageable, comparable to later hoplite armor. Experimental reconstructions showed that a trained warrior could move, fight, and ride in the panoply. It may have been specialized gear reserved for chariot warfare, where mobility was less important than protection. The connection to chariots is compelling. In the 15th century BC, chariots were symbols of elite status across the Near East and Aegean. Mycenaean art depicts warriors riding into battle, hurling spears or engaging in duels. The Dendra panoply may have been designed for such a context, protecting a warrior who fought from a chariot rather than on foot. In that setting, weight mattered less, while the visual impact of gleaming bronze would have enhanced prestige. The boar's tusk helmet found with the panoply links it to descriptions in Homer's Iliad. Though written centuries later, the epic recalls warriors wearing helmets made of tusks sewn into leather. That such a helmet accompanied the Dendra panoply underscores continuity between archaeology and myth, showing how material culture fed into stories preserved long after the Bronze Age ended. The armor also highlights the hierarchical nature of Mycenaean society. Not every warrior could command the resources to be buried with such gear. The panoply reflects elite status, possibly that of a champion or member of a king's guard. Its burial ensured that prestige extended into the afterlife, signaling to the living the wealth and power of the deceased's family. What makes the Dendra panoply particularly fascinating is its rarity. Despite decades of excavation across Greece, no other complete suit has been found. Fragments of armor exist, bronze greaves, small cuirass plates, but nothing approaching the scale of Dendra. Was this an experiment, a unique commission, or part of a short-lived tradition now mostly lost? The scarcity of evidence leaves the question open. Some scholars suggest that bronze plate armor was impractical for widespread use, given the cost and effort involved. More common were lighter forms, linen corselets reinforced with bronze scales, offering flexibility and protection. The Dendra panoply may represent the extreme end of a spectrum, crafted for display, ritual, or a very specific type of combat. Its uniqueness makes it both invaluable and enigmatic, a puzzle piece without a complete picture. The metallurgical sophistication also raises broader questions about Bronze Age technology. To produce such armor required not only skill, but access to large quantities of copper and tin, the components of bronze. These metals were scarce in Greece and had to be imported through complex trade networks stretching to Cyprus, Anatolia, and beyond. The panoply thus reflects not just local craftsmanship, but global connections. Mycenaean elites controlled these networks, using exotic materials to reinforce their power. The tomb itself, located near Argos, lies within a region dense with Mycenaean sites. The fortified citadel of Mycenae, with its famous Lion Gate and royal shaft graves, lies nearby. The Dendra burial shows that elite warriors extended across the region, each part of a larger system of palatial authority. Together, these sites paint a picture of a society both martial and ceremonial, where warfare, religion, and display intertwined. Experimental archaeology has shed further light on the panoply's function. Reconstructed suits, based on the original plates, have been worn in combat simulations. Participants report that while the armor restricts agility, it provides impressive protection against blows and missile strikes. A warrior wearing the panoply would have been heavily shielded, almost invulnerable to lighter weapons. In close combat, he may have relied on support from companions, fighting as a centerpiece rather than as a lone duelist. This interpretation fits with depictions of warfare in Mycenaean art, where elite warriors dominate scenes, often mounted in chariots or standing apart from common soldiers. The Dendra panoply may thus embody the role of the hero or champion, a warrior whose armor proclaimed his status as much as it defended his body. Over time, Mycenaean armor shifted toward lighter forms, culminating in the scale corselets seen in later centuries. The Dendra panoply, massive and imposing, may represent an early stage in this evolution, a bold experiment later abandoned for practicality. Its survival is thus all the more precious, preserving a snapshot of a transitional moment in martial technology. Beyond warfare, the panoply resonates with questions of identity. In the Bronze Age, armor was not only protection, but symbol. To wear bronze plates was to embody strength, authority, and divine favor. The gleam of metal in sunlight, the weight of the cuirass, the sound of bronze striking bronze, all contributed to a performance of power. The Dendra panoply, with its scale and presence, exemplifies this performative dimension. The tomb's discovery also altered perceptions of Greek prehistory. Before 1960, the image of Mycenaean warriors was drawn from weapons, frescoes, and Homeric poetry. The panoply provided tangible proof that such warriors could be heavily armored, not merely armed with spear and shield. It bridged archaeology and myth, grounding epic descriptions in material reality. The suit today stands reconstructed in museums, an object of fascination for scholars and visitors alike. Its size alone astonishes. Taller than most viewers, gleaming with restored bronze, it confronts us with the physicality of a past we often imagine in abstraction. To stand before it is to sense the weight, the craftsmanship, and the aura of authority it once conveyed. Yet the panoply remains a mystery in many respects. Was it truly worn in battle or primarily ceremonial? Was it unique or one of several now lost? What precise rituals surrounded its use and burial? Archaeology provides fragments of answers, but much remains speculation. The suit resists final interpretation, its bronze plates holding secrets from an age of heroes. The Dendra panoply reminds us that the Bronze Age was not static but experimental, a time of innovation as much as tradition. Elites pushed the boundaries of metallurgy, art, and warfare, creating objects that astonish even now. The armor is testimony to ambition, imagination, and the desire to project power through material form. In the end, the panoply is both artifact and symbol, a suit of armor and a statement of identity. It tells us that Mycenaean Greece was a place where warriors sought to embody strength in tangible form, where artisans mastered metal to serve the ambitions of elites, and where tombs preserved not only individuals, but entire visions of authority. The bronze plates of Dendra still gleam, more than 3,000 years after they were laid in the earth. They speak of a warrior buried with honor, of a society that valued power and display, and of a technology more advanced than once imagined. They remain one of the most astonishing discoveries of Greek archaeology, a reminder that even in the distant past, human ingenuity forged armor both functional and symbolic, protection for the body and proclamation for the soul. When workers in southwestern Germany began preparations for modern construction in the late 20th century, they did not expect their efforts to uncover one of the most disturbing and enigmatic archaeological sites in Europe. Beneath the soil near the village of Herxheim lay not only fragments of pottery and tools from the Neolithic period, but thousands of human bones, deliberately broken, cut, and scattered in ways that told a story both unsettling and deeply mysterious. What appeared at first to be an ordinary settlement quickly revealed itself as a place of extraordinary ritual, where acts of violence, death, and possibly cannibalism played a central role. The settlement dates to the linear pottery culture, often abbreviated as LBK, which flourished across Central Europe between roughly 5500 and 4900 BC. This was one of the earliest farming cultures in the region, responsible for spreading agriculture, pottery, and permanent settlements into the fertile valleys of the Rhine and Danube. Communities lived in longhouses, cultivated crops, and raised livestock, leaving behind fields, tools, and ceramics decorated with characteristic linear motifs. Yet at Herxheim, these hallmarks of Neolithic life stand beside a much darker legacy. Excavations began in earnest in the 1990s and soon revealed an unusual pattern. Surrounding the settlement were large oval pits cut into the earth in elongated arcs, forming a kind of enclosure. Within these pits were not neat burials, but jumbled deposits of human remains, often mixed with broken pottery and animal bones. More than 1,000 individuals are now estimated to have been deposited here, their remains treated in ways that defy simple explanation. The bones were not intact skeletons. Instead, they had been broken apart, deliberately smashed soon after death. Many skulls were fractured, jaws separated, and long bones cracked open, sometimes with marks suggesting marrow extraction. Cut marks appear on numerous bones, consistent with defleshing. At first, some archaeologists suggested these could be signs of secondary burial practices, where bodies were processed after death before final interment. But the pattern at Herxheim went far beyond typical mortuary ritual. The scale of destruction, the presence of cut marks on almost every type of bone, and the mixing of human and animal remains together suggested something more complex and more unsettling. One interpretation that quickly gained traction was cannibalism, the deliberate breaking of bones to access marrow, the cut marks associated with disarticulation, and the presence of burnt fragments all resemble evidence seen at known sites of cannibalistic activity. If true, Herxheim may represent large-scale ritual cannibalism carried out by the LBK people during a time of crisis or upheaval. But archaeologists are cautious. Cannibalism is an extraordinary claim, requiring extraordinary evidence. Alternative explanations have been offered. Perhaps the bones represent war captives, slaughtered and ritually destroyed as part of ceremonial acts. Perhaps famine or disease prompted desperate measures, and the pits became repositories for the dead during a catastrophic collapse. Some researchers argue that the mixing of bones and pottery reflects symbolic destruction, an attempt to ritually close the settlement at the end of its life. The pottery fragments at Herxheim add another layer to the mystery. Many of the ceramics appear to have been deliberately broken before being deposited in the pits. They come not only from the local area, but from distant regions, hundreds of kilometers away. This suggests that people brought pottery to Herxheim specifically for ritual destruction, much as they brought human bodies. It hints at gatherings of wide-ranging communities, converging on this settlement for shared ceremonies involving death, sacrifice, and destruction. The question remains, why? What compelled the LBK people of Herxheim to engage in practices so extreme, so far removed from the ordinary rhythms of Neolithic farming life? The broader historical context may offer clues. Around 5000 BC, the LBK culture began to experience stress. Archaeological evidence shows increasing signs of violence, massacres at settlements, fortifications around villages, and mass graves filled with victims of conflict. Climate shifts may have strained agricultural production, while population growth created competition for land. Disease may have swept through communities, further destabilizing social structures. In this context, Herxheim may represent an attempt to respond to crisis through ritual, channeling fear and uncertainty into acts of destruction and sacrifice. The pits themselves were not haphazard. They were carefully dug, arranged in arcs, and filled deliberately. This suggests planning and coordination, not random disposal. The deposition of bones and pottery appears to have followed patterns, with repeated acts carried out over time. This was not a single event, but a sustained practice, perhaps lasting for generations. The scale of participation indicates that entire communities may have been involved, gathering at Herxheim for ceremonies of death and transformation. Among the most striking finds are the skulls. Many were broken open, their vaults removed, possibly used as bowls or ritual objects. Some skull fragments were shaped into masks or modified in ways that suggest symbolic significance. To hold or display part of a human head was to interact with identity itself, blurring the line between person and object. The manipulation of skulls at Herxheim implies that the ceremonies were not only about destruction, but about transformation, turning the dead into symbols, tools, or offerings. The scale of human remains raises haunting questions. Were these local villagers, or were they outsiders, perhaps captives brought to Herxheim for sacrifice? Isotope analysis of bones has shown mixed results. Some individuals appear to have grown up locally, others came from distant regions. This suggests that the dead represented a diverse population gathered from across Central Europe. Herxheim may have been a focal point, a ceremonial center drawing participants from far afield. If cannibalism occurred here, was it practical or symbolic? Anthropologists distinguish between survival cannibalism, driven by desperation, and ritual cannibalism, performed for cultural or spiritual reasons. The evidence at Herxheim suggests the latter. The scale, repetition, and association with broken pottery indicate ritualized activity, not mere survival. Eating the flesh of the dead may have been seen as a way of incorporating their essence, gaining strength, or communing with the divine. Alternatively, it may have been an act of domination, consuming enemies to assert victory and control. The emotional impact of the sight is undeniable. To walk among the pits, seeing bones fractured and scattered, is to confront a past both alien and disturbingly familiar. Violence, ritual, and the manipulation of the dead are part of human history, recurring in different forms across time. Herxheim forces us to grapple with the complexity of Neolithic life, where farming and domesticity coexisted with acts of extraordinary brutality. Despite decades of study, the meaning of Herxheim remains unresolved. Each new excavation adds detail but also complexity. Was it a place of sacrifice to gods during a time of collapse? A site where communities destroyed themselves in ritual acts of closure, or a gathering place where enemies were slaughtered and consumed as part of warfare? The evidence supports multiple possibilities, and definitive answers may never be found. What is clear is that Herxheim stands apart. Other LBK sites show violence, but none on this scale, none with such deliberate destruction of bodies. Herxheim is unique, a place where ordinary categories of life and death were upended. It reminds us that the Neolithic was not a simple age of peaceful farmers, but a time of complexity, tension, and profound ritual power. Today, the remains of Herxheim lie preserved beneath protective coverings, studied by archaeologists who continue to piece together its story. The bones, carefully catalogued, are silent witnesses to ceremonies carried out more than 7,000 years ago. Each cut mark, each fracture, tells part of a larger narrative that still resists full comprehension. What makes the site so compelling is precisely its ambiguity. It confronts us with practices that challenge our assumptions about the past, forcing us to consider the capacity for violence, ritual, and meaning in human societies. Herxheim is both horrifying and fascinating, a reminder that archaeology uncovers not only beauty and achievement, but also the darker dimensions of human experience. The Herxheim cannibal pit has become one of the most discussed archaeological discoveries in Europe, a case study in how material evidence can both illuminate and obscure. It demonstrates the limits of interpretation, the challenge of understanding actions and beliefs separated from us by millennia. Yet it also shows the richness of human history, where even the most unsettling practices carry meaning embedded in the cultural fabric of their time. As research continues, new techniques, DNA analysis, isotope studies, microscopic examination of cut marks may yield further insight. But some aspects may remain forever mysterious, sealed within the bones themselves. What drove the people of Herxheim to such extremes may never be fully known, leaving the site suspended between explanation and enigma. Still, the discovery has reshaped our view of the Neolithic. It shows that early farming societies were not uniform or simple, but diverse, capable of both building communities and engaging in acts of extraordinary ritual violence. Herxheim stands as testimony to the depth and complexity of human culture, even in the distant past. The pits of Herxheim, with their broken bones and shattered pottery, continue to challenge us. They remind us that history is not always comforting, that the past holds practices that unsettle and disturb. Yet by confronting these practices, by studying them with care, we gain a fuller understanding of humanity itself, its range, its contradictions, its capacity for ritual, and its drive to seek meaning even in acts of destruction. The story of Herxheim is not finished. Each excavation, each analysis, adds new pieces to the puzzle, bringing us closer to understanding but never to final certainty. The cannibal pit remains one of archaeology's most astonishing and troubling discoveries, a site where death, ritual, and human creativity intertwined in ways both alien and hauntingly familiar. In the dry hills just outside modern-day Amman, beneath layers of soil that once supported one of the earliest farming communities in the Near East, archaeologists uncovered a cache of figures unlike anything they had ever seen. More than 9,000 years old, these plaster statues stood staring back with unnervingly vacant eyes. Their forms were human, yet unsettlingly so. Their bodies elongated, their heads bulbous, their gaze unblinking. To encounter them was to feel the presence of a long-forgotten world, one where ritual, art, and the mystery of existence intertwined in ways we can still barely comprehend. The site where these statues were found is known as Ain Ghazal, meaning Spring of the Gazelle. It was once a thriving Neolithic settlement, occupied from around 7,200 BC to 5,000 BC, stretching across nearly 30 acres, making it one of the largest known early farming villages of its time. People here cultivated wheat, barley, and legumes, domesticated goats, and lived in rectangular mud brick houses with plastered floors. Yet beneath this surface of daily life, they also created monuments to ideas, beliefs, and identities that transcend the ordinary. The statues of Ain Ghazal first came to light in 1983 when construction crews began building a road. As bulldozers cut through the soil, they exposed fragments of plaster and stone that caught the attention of archaeologists. Salvage excavations followed, revealing caches of statues buried carefully in pits, deliberately placed in groups as though hidden with purpose. Since then, more than 30 figures have been recovered, some full-bodied, others represented as busts. Each statue is hollow, constructed from a core of bundled reeds covered with layers of plaster, then painted with pigment. Their eyes, outlined with bitumen, are large and oval, dominating their faces, giving them their haunting, lifeless stare. Standing before one, it is difficult not to feel a quiet unease. They are neither naturalistic nor purely abstract. Their bodies are schematic, often flat and two-dimensional, with arms pressed tightly to their sides. Their features are minimal, noses represented by sharp ridges, mouths often absent altogether. The effect is one of otherworldliness, as if they are humans glimpsed through a dream, stripped down to their essence, yet retaining an intensity that defies time. Why did the people of Ain Ghazal create them? Archaeologists continue to debate their purpose. Some suggest they represent ancestors, monumentalizing the memory of the dead. Others believe they may have been ritual effigies, created for ceremonies and then buried after use. The fact that they were deposited in groups, sometimes as many as 15 at a time, suggests communal acts of significance. They were not discarded haphazardly, but placed with deliberation, hidden beneath floors or within pits that were later sealed. The burial of the statues is perhaps as significant as their creation. Each group seems to have been intentionally interred, as if the figures had fulfilled their role and were then ritually laid to rest. This raises questions about the cycles of ritual life in Neolithic Jordan, periods of intense symbolic activity followed by acts of closure, where the very objects of devotion were consigned back to the earth. The statues thus embody both presence and absence, their haunting eyes speaking across millennia, yet their voices silenced by deliberate concealment. The craftsmanship involved is remarkable. To create hollow figures over life-size required planning, resources, and technical skill. Bundled reeds formed an inner skeleton, coated in layers of plaster mixed with lime. Each figure was built up carefully, smoothed, and sometimes painted. The inclusion of pigment shows a concern for detail, even if much of the color has faded. The large eyes, outlined in dark bitumen, were perhaps the most important feature, conveying life, vigilance, or connection to the unseen. Comparisons have been made to other Neolithic traditions across the Near East. Sites like Çatalhöyük in Anatolia and Jericho in the Levant produced plastered skulls, human heads coated in plaster and decorated with shells for eyes. These also emphasized the gaze, the human face transformed into an object of ritual power. Ain Ghazal statues may represent a further step in this tradition, no longer just skulls but entire bodies, embodying not only the head but the whole presence of the human form. The lifeless, staring eyes of the Ain Ghazal statues are their most distinctive feature. They have been described as unsettling, haunting, even alien. Yet, to the people who made them, they may have symbolized something profound. Eyes are the organs of perception, the gateway between self and world. To exaggerate them is to emphasize awareness, vigilance, perhaps even divine sight. The statues may have been intended to watch over the community, guardians of memory and ritual. Their burial, then, might reflect the need to lay these guardians to rest once their purpose was fulfilled, preventing their lingering presence from disturbing the living. The broader context of Ain Ghazal is equally fascinating. The settlement was home to thousands of people at its height, a population unprecedented for its time. Managing food, housing, and social organization on this scale required innovation. Archaeological evidence suggests social stratification was beginning to emerge, differences in house sizes, in burials, and in access to resources. In such a community, ritual would have played a vital role in maintaining cohesion. The creation and burial of statues may have served to unite people, reaffirm shared beliefs, and negotiate tensions within a growing society. What makes Ain Ghazal so astonishing is not only the statues themselves, but the insight they provide into a world on the cusp of profound change. This was a society transitioning from hunting and gathering to agriculture, from small bands to large settled villages. The challenges of this transition, food shortages, disease, conflict, were immense. In this crucible of change, people turned to ritual, creating figures that embodied memory, identity, and spirituality. The statues, with their haunting eyes, stand as testimony to this search for meaning. The statues also raise broader questions about the origins of art and representation. Why did humans begin to create figures not just of animals or symbols, but of themselves? What compelled the people of Ain Ghazal to fashion human likenesses on such a monumental scale? These were not decorations or casual sculptures. They were statements, embodiments of ideas too important to be left unwritten. In their minimalist forms, they captured something essential about human presence, distilling it into plaster and pigment. Archaeologists continue to study the statues with advanced techniques. CT scans have revealed details of their internal reed structures, while chemical analysis has shed light on the sources of their pigments. Each new discovery deepens our understanding, but also underscores how much remains unknown. We still cannot say with certainty whom they represent: ancestors, spirits, deities, or collective ideals. Their ambiguity is part of their power, allowing them to embody multiple possibilities simultaneously. Visitors to the Jordan Museum in Amman, where many of the statues are displayed today, often describe the experience as unforgettable. To stand before a figure 9,000 years old, staring back with those vacant eyes, is to confront the deep antiquity of human imagination. These are among the oldest known large-scale human statues in the world, predating written history by millennia. They remind us that long before cities and empires, people were creating symbols of themselves, seeking to understand their place in the cosmos. The fragility of the statues is striking. Made of plaster and reeds, they are not durable like stone or clay. They were never meant to last forever. Their burial preserved them by accident more than design, sealing them away in conditions that allowed their survival. That we can still see them today is extraordinary, a rare glimpse into a world that would otherwise be lost. The lifeless eyes of the Ain Ghazal statues continue to fascinate because they speak to something universal. They remind us of the human desire to create, to represent, to remember. They also remind us of the distance between us and the Neolithic world, a distance that can never be fully bridged. We can study, interpret, and speculate, but the full meaning of those eyes may remain forever beyond our reach. Yet perhaps that is fitting. The statues were created to embody mystery, to channel forces unseen, to connect the living with the beyond. Their ambiguity is their essence, their refusal to yield a single meaning their greatest power. They stand at the threshold between presence and absence, life and death, memory and forgetting. Ain Ghazal, with its sprawling settlement and haunting statues, offers one of the most profound windows into early human civilization. It shows us a community grappling with change, seeking stability through ritual and representation. It shows us the earliest large-scale human likenesses, preserved by chance beneath the soil of Jordan. And it shows us that even 9,000 years ago, people were already asking the questions that define humanity. Who are we? Where do we come from? And how do we make sense of life and death? As research continues, new discoveries may refine our understanding of Ain Ghazal, but the statues will remain what they have always been. Haunting presences, their eyes gazing into eternity, reminding us of the depth of time and the persistence of human imagination. They are among the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever unearthed, treasures that reveal both the ingenuity and the mystery of our distant ancestors. The story of the Ain Ghazal statues, preserved for millennia beneath the earth and brought once more into the light, reminds us that the past is never entirely lost. It waits, hidden beneath the soil, until the day it is uncovered and allowed to speak again. The hills of southeastern Spain hold a place where time feels unsettled. Among rocky slopes and dry valleys, archaeologists uncovered a fortress so sophisticated in design that it seemed to belong not to the Bronze Age of Europe, but to an era centuries ahead. Known today as La Bastida, this settlement of the Al-Magar culture reveals an astonishing level of military planning, engineering, and architectural ambition. Its discovery reshaped what scholars believed possible for Bronze Age Europe, and it remains one of the great enigmas of the ancient world. The site sits near the town of Totana in the region of Murcia, overlooking the Guadalentin River Valley. To stand here is to look out over landscapes once home to some of Europe's earliest complex societies. Yet while other settlements of the time were modest, Bastida was extraordinary. It covered more than 10 hectares and held fortifications of such complexity that scholars compared them to those of the Mycenaean world or even to the walls of ancient Near Eastern cities. The fortress first came to light in the 19th century when local farmers reported unusual stone structures. Excavations at the time were limited, but the fragments that emerged hinted at a place of unusual importance. It was not until systematic excavations began in the 21st century that the true nature of Bastida revealed itself. What archaeologists found astonished them: massive stone walls, defensive bastions, and an advanced water system, all dating back to around 2200 BC. At its heart lay fortifications that defied expectations for their time. The walls were built from large stones, carefully fitted together, forming barriers more than 2 meters thick. These were not crude defenses. They were angled, layered, and reinforced, designed to repel attackers with lethal efficiency. Towers projected outward from the walls at regular intervals, creating kill zones where defenders could strike at enemies attempting to breach the perimeter. The design reflects principles of military engineering not thought to exist in Europe for another 1,000 years. Even more remarkable was the discovery of a fortified entrance gate flanked by massive towers. The gate itself was narrow and deliberately constricted, forcing attackers to funnel into confined spaces where they could be easily targeted from above. This was not the work of a people experimenting with fortification. It was the architecture of a society deeply versed in the science of war. The implications were unsettling. Until Bastida's discovery, most scholars believed Bronze Age Europe was a patchwork of small, loosely organized communities with limited military technology. But here was evidence of a society capable of large-scale organization, advanced engineering, and the mobilization of resources on a monumental scale. Bastida's fortress was not just defensive, it was a statement of power, projecting control over the surrounding valley and its people. Within the settlement, excavations revealed a tightly planned urban environment. Houses of stone and mud brick clustered together, arranged along streets that followed the contours of the hillside. Some buildings were larger than others, suggesting differences in status and wealth. Storage facilities hinted at centralized control of food and resources. Archaeologists uncovered pottery, tools, and weapons, all testifying to a culture that thrived on both agriculture and metallurgy. But what truly set Bastida apart was its water system. Engineers here built reservoirs and channels that captured and stored precious water, ensuring survival through the hot, dry summers of southeastern Spain. The scale of this system suggested collective planning and a level of organization rarely seen in Europe at this time. It also revealed an ability to manipulate the environment to sustain a growing urban population. The people of Bastida belonged to what archaeologists call the Al-Magar culture, a Bronze Age society that flourished in southeastern Spain from around 2200 to 1500 BC. The Al-Magar people were among the first in Europe to adopt intensive agriculture, metallurgy, and urban living. They buried their dead beneath their houses in ceramic urns, often accompanied by weapons or jewelry, marking social distinctions that reveal a stratified society. Bastida was likely their capital, the seat of rulers who commanded not only local resources, but perhaps an entire regional network of settlements. The fortress was both a stronghold and a symbol, demonstrating control through its very presence. To imagine approaching its towering walls in the Bronze Age is to imagine confronting a society far removed from the small farming villages that dotted much of Europe at the time. The enigma lies in how such a fortress came to be. Where did the Al-Magar people learn these advanced techniques of fortification? Some scholars argue they developed them independently, drawing on their growing knowledge of metallurgy, stonework, and social organization. Others suggest influence from the Eastern Mediterranean, pointing to striking similarities between Bastida and fortifications in the Near East. Could ideas of military engineering have traveled across the sea, carried by traders or migrants? The site raises deeper puzzles about the role of warfare in early European societies. The scale of Bastida's defenses suggests conflict was not an occasional threat but a constant reality. The Al-Magar culture appears to have been highly militarized, its leaders investing immense resources in fortification and control. This was not a peaceful farming village. It was a fortress city designed for survival in a world where power was contested through force. Archaeological excavations uncovered further evidence of this martial society. Weapons such as swords, daggers, and spearheads were found in burials, often associated with high-status individuals. The dead were not all treated equally. Some graves contained rich offerings, while others were sparse, suggesting sharp social hierarchies. The rulers of Bastida may have been warrior elites, enforcing their authority through military strength and fortified dominance. Perhaps the most haunting discoveries came from the remains of the population itself. Skeletal analysis revealed signs of malnutrition among many individuals, particularly women and children. This suggests a society where resources were tightly controlled and unevenly distributed, with elites consuming more while others struggled. The fortress, for all its grandeur, may have stood atop a system of inequality, its walls protecting not the community as a whole, but the privileges of those in power. To stand before the reconstructed images of Bastida today is to confront an enigma. How did such an advanced fortress arise in Bronze Age Spain, centuries before similar structures appeared elsewhere in Europe? Was it the result of external influence, a spark carried from the Eastern Mediterranean? Or was it an independent achievement, the culmination of local innovation and social transformation? The truth may lie somewhere in between. The Bronze Age was a period of increasing connectivity, with trade routes linking distant lands. The Al-Magar people imported tin and other metals, suggesting contact with far-off regions. Through trade, they may have encountered ideas of fortification and adapted them to their own needs. Yet the execution of these ideas at Bastida was uniquely their own, tailored to the landscape and the society they built. Bastida's discovery challenges long-held assumptions about Europe's Bronze Age. It shows that complex militarized societies were not confined to the Eastern Mediterranean, but arose independently in the West as well. It reveals a world where power was contested, where leaders invested heavily in fortifications, and where societies could organize on a scale far greater than once imagined. Today, visitors to Bastida can walk among the remains of its walls and towers, reconstructed in part to convey their original scale. Standing here, overlooking the valley, one can sense the strategic vision that guided its construction. The fortress dominates its surroundings, its design a constant reminder of authority and control. Even in ruins, it projects power. Archaeologists continue to study the site, uncovering new layers of evidence. Each discovery adds nuance, but also deepens the mystery. The fortress remains an anomaly, a riddle carved into stone, challenging our understanding of what the Bronze Age in Europe truly was. What is clear is that Bastida was no ordinary settlement. It was a city of warriors and rulers, of inequality and ambition, of innovation and control. Its fortress walls still stand as testimony to a society that pushed the boundaries of what was possible in its time. Whether influenced by distant lands or born of local genius, the achievement remains extraordinary. As the sun sets over the hills of Murcia, the ruins of Bastida take on a quiet presence. The walls, worn by centuries, still trace the outline of a fortress that once commanded fear and respect. The people who built it are long gone, their voices silent, their intentions partly obscured by time. Yet their creation remains, a puzzle that continues to draw us back. Bastida endures as one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever unearthed, an enigma of the Bronze Age that defies easy explanation, reminding us that history is rarely as simple as we think. Under the bright skies of New Mexico, the desert stretches wide, broken only by mesas, cliffs, and the winding canyons carved by wind and time. Across this landscape runs a series of lines, straight and unwavering, as though some unseen hand drew them with a ruler across the earth. These are the Chaco roads, immense prehistoric pathways radiating from the heart of Chaco Canyon, the center of the ancestral Puebloan world. Unlike trails beaten by repeated footsteps, These roads were deliberately engineered, cut into bedrock, leveled across hills, and extended for miles in perfectly straight alignments. Their purpose remains one of the enduring enigmas of North American archaeology. From the air, the scale becomes clear. The roads do not twist or bend with the terrain. Instead, they carve through obstacles with remarkable precision. Mesas are bisected, slopes are leveled, and stretches of desert are crossed in unbroken lines. Some extend for more than 50 miles, connecting Chaco Canyon to outlying great houses and remote sites. Others seem to lead nowhere, fading into the horizon as if meant for a destination no longer visible. The discovery of these roads came gradually in the 20th century. Early archaeologists exploring Chaco Canyon noted unusual depressions in the ground, but it was not until aerial photography and satellite imagery revealed their patterns that the vast network became undeniable. Researchers mapped hundreds of miles of roads radiating outward, forming what looked like a prehistoric web of connections. At the center of this network stood Chaco Canyon itself. Between 800 and 1100 AD, this canyon was home to monumental great houses, massive stone structures with hundreds of rooms, kivas, and multi-story walls that rose above the desert floor. The scale of these buildings alone speaks of an organized, complex society capable of mobilizing labor and resources on an extraordinary scale. But the roads added another layer of mystery. Why would a society that left behind no wheeled vehicles, no evidence of pack animals in great numbers, and no clear signs of large-scale trade create roads of such magnitude? Some scholars have argued that the roads were practical, built to move goods and people between Chaco and its outliers. The great houses scattered across the region may have served as administrative centers, storage facilities, or ritual hubs, linked together by this vast infrastructure. Yet the straightness of the roads challenges this interpretation. In a harsh desert environment, one might expect paths to follow natural contours, to curve around hills and make use of easier terrain. But the Chaco roads ignore convenience, favoring absolute linearity, even when it required massive effort to cut through obstacles. This deliberate straightness suggests a symbolic or ritual dimension. Some archaeologists believe the roads were not primarily for transport, but for ceremony. Their alignments often connect with horizon markers, distant mountain peaks, or celestial events. The ancestral Puebloans were keen observers of the sky, aligning buildings and shrines with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. The roads may have functioned as pathways for processions, linking sacred places in a ritual landscape that extended far beyond Chaco Canyon itself. One striking example is the Great North Road, a monumental highway extending north from Chaco Canyon in an unbroken line for more than 30 miles. Along its length, archaeologists have found few habitation sites or evidence of practical use. Instead, they discovered small shrines, stairways carved into cliffs, and isolated structures whose functions remain unclear. The road seems to terminate at the Badlands near Coots Canyon, a stark landscape of eroded gullies and mesas. Why build such an immense road to a place of desolation? Some researchers suggest it symbolized a spiritual journey, perhaps connecting the world of the living to ancestral realms. Others see it as a reflection of cosmology, a physical manifestation of connections between earth and sky. The enigma deepens when one considers the effort required. Constructing the Chaco roads was no simple task. Workers leveled surfaces, removed vegetation, and in some cases carved through solid rock to maintain the straight alignment. These were not casual paths worn by use, but deliberate projects requiring planning and coordination. The labor investment was immense, suggesting the roads held a significance beyond mere practicality. Archaeologists studying Chaco culture often point to the importance of ritual in shaping the built environment. Great kivas, plazas, and astronomical alignments show a society where ceremony and belief were inseparable from daily life. The roads may have served as stages for processions, linking Chaco Canyon to distant shrines, mountains, or celestial horizons. In this view, walking the road was itself a ritual act, a journey through a sacred landscape that reaffirmed social bonds and spiritual beliefs. Yet, the purpose of the roads cannot be pinned down so easily. Evidence of trade does exist at Chaco Canyon. Macaw feathers from Central America, copper bells, turquoise, and seashells from distant coasts. Goods moved along routes that spanned hundreds of miles, and the roads may have facilitated this exchange. The network could have served both symbolic and practical functions, reinforcing Chaco's role as a hub of power, trade, and ritual. Another perspective sees the roads as instruments of political control. By projecting straight lines across the landscape, Chaco leaders may have asserted dominance, inscribing their presence onto the land in a way that was both visible and enduring. Roads linked outliers to the canyon, creating a system of integration that extended Chaco's influence across the region. In this interpretation, the roads were not simply for movement but for demonstrating authority, lines of power drawn across the desert. The debate continues, fueled by new discoveries and technologies. LiDAR surveys, capable of detecting subtle surface features beneath vegetation, have revealed additional roads and structures, expanding the known network. The picture that emerges is one of astonishing ambition, a prehistoric infrastructure unparalleled in North America. Yet questions remain. Why build roads that extend far beyond practical need? Why maintain such strict straightness in a challenging landscape? Why do some roads terminate at seemingly empty places? Each question underscores the puzzle of the Chaco roads, a riddle still awaiting resolution. The cultural significance of these roads also ties into Puebloan traditions that survive today. Descendant communities speak of connections between landscapes, ancestors, and cosmology, while specific meanings remain within those traditions. Archaeologists increasingly recognize that understanding the Chaco roads requires more than technical analysis. It requires viewing the landscape as alive with meaning, where roads could symbolize journeys to sacred mountains, alignments with celestial events, or pathways of spiritual significance. Walking along the remnants of these roads today is a humbling experience. In some places, the outlines are faint, visible only as slight depressions in the desert floor. In others, stairways carved into cliffs remain intact, silent reminders of the people who once climbed them in procession. The desert wind moves across the landscape, carrying with it a sense of something vast and unfinished, a puzzle whose pieces are scattered across canyons and mesas. The Chaco roads remind us that infrastructure is not always about utility. These were not highways for carts or wagons, for no such vehicles existed here. They were not built for casual travel, for their effort far exceeded the needs of simple movement. They were statements of belief, power, and connection, lines drawn not just on the land but between worlds. In this sense, the Chaco roads stand among the most astonishing archaeological discoveries ever unearthed. They force us to reconsider assumptions about ancient societies, to recognize that complexity takes many forms, and to acknowledge that meaning can be inscribed into stone, soil, and horizon in ways that endure for centuries. As evening settles over the desert, the long lines of the roads fade into the dimming light. Their paths, still straight and true, stretch into distances both physical and symbolic. The people who built them are gone, their voices carried away by time, but their works remain, enigmatic, powerful, and unyielding. The Chaco roads continue to invite us to walk their length, to trace their mysteries, and to wonder what journeys they once carried into the vast expanse of the ancient Southwest. On the highlands of central Nigeria, scattered across soils once used for farming, fragments of terracotta began to appear. At first, they seemed ordinary, shards of fired clay that could have belonged to pots, figurines, or everyday vessels. Yet as more pieces emerged, their forms grew unmistakable. Faces with hollow eyes, carefully rendered features, and intricate adornments revealed a culture whose artistry had no parallel in Africa at that time. These became known as the Nok terracottas, artifacts of a civilization that flourished nearly 3,000 years ago, then faded into obscurity, leaving behind little more than these haunting sculptures. Unlike the grand monuments of Egypt or the palaces of Mesopotamia, the Nok left no towering architecture. Their presence is marked instead by clay figures, many broken, some intact, all carrying an aura of mystery. Thousands have been recovered, each one unique, yet bound by a shared style. Elongated heads, patterned hairstyles, jewelry rendered in clay, and most striking of all, the hollow eyes that seem to peer outward, as though searching across centuries. The first discoveries came in the 1920s, when British colonists working near the village of Knock stumbled upon terracotta fragments during tin mining operations. For years, the finds attracted little systematic study. It was not until the mid-20th century that archaeologists began to piece together the significance of what had been unearthed. Radiocarbon dating and thermoluminescence tests later confirmed the antiquity of the sculptures, placing them as far back as 1000 BC and continuing until around 300 AD. This timeline makes the Nok one of the earliest known complex societies in sub-Saharan Africa. Their terracottas predate the rise of major West African kingdoms like Ife and Benin by well over a millennium. To encounter such artistry so early challenges long-held assumptions about the development of African cultures. It reveals that advanced artistic traditions and symbolic expression flourished here in deep antiquity. The terracottas themselves vary in size from small figurines that fit in the hand to nearly life-sized statues. Some depict human figures in dynamic poses, seated, kneeling, or standing with hands raised. Others portray animals, from elephants and monkeys to snakes and birds, rendered with the same care for detail. The clay often carries incised patterns suggesting clothing, scarification, or ritual markings. These details give glimpses into how the Nok people may have dressed, adorned themselves, or expressed identity through body art. The hollow eyes remain the most captivating feature. Wide and circular, they lend the figures a gaze that feels both present and distant. Scholars debate their meaning. Some see them as a stylistic choice, a way to animate the sculptures with an otherworldly quality. Others propose they held symbolic or ritual significance, representing spiritual sight or a connection to ancestors. Whatever their purpose, the effect is unmistakable. The figures appear alive, staring out across millennia with expressions that range from serene to solemn. Despite the artistry, the Nok remain an enigma. Very little is known of their society beyond what can be inferred from the sculptures and scattered archaeological remains. Evidence suggests they practiced early forms of agriculture, cultivating millet and sorghum, while also engaging in iron smelting. Indeed, the Nok are among the earliest groups in sub-Saharan Africa known to work iron, a technological leap that transformed societies across the continent. The combination of metallurgy and advanced artistry suggests a culture of considerable sophistication. Yet their disappearance around 300 AD is as puzzling as their rise. Archaeologists have found no clear explanation for why the Nok culture faded. Some point to environmental changes, deforestation caused by iron smelting, soil exhaustion from farming, or shifts in climate that made sustaining large communities difficult. Others suggest migration or assimilation into later West African cultures. Whatever the reason, the Nok left no written records and no clear successors who claimed direct descent. Only the terracottas remain, silent witnesses to a vanished world. The discovery of these artifacts also sparked darker chapters. From the mid-20th century onward, Nok terracottas became highly sought after on the international art market. Their striking appearance and antiquity made them coveted by collectors. This demand fueled widespread looting, with thousands of pieces illegally excavated and smuggled out of Nigeria. Many entered private collections or museums abroad, often with little or no record of their original context. As a result, much of the archaeological knowledge that could have been gained from careful study was irretrievably lost. Nigerian authorities have long fought to recover looted Nok artifacts. Laws were enacted to protect cultural heritage, and efforts continue today to repatriate pieces held overseas. Yet the damage caused by decades of looting remains immense. The loss of context means archaeologists are left with fragments of information, trying to reconstruct a culture from artifacts divorced from the sites where they once lay. Still, ongoing excavations have provided valuable insights. At sites like Nok, Taruga, and Samundukia, archaeologists uncovered not only terracottas but furnaces, slag, and iron tools, confirming the role of metallurgy. Graves have also been found containing terracotta figures, suggesting they played roles in funerary rites or ancestor veneration. The presence of animal figurines may point to symbolic associations, myths, or protective functions. The artistry of the Nok also reveals social complexity. Creating terracotta sculptures of this scale and refinement required skilled specialists, access to quality clay, and organized labor for firing large pieces. This suggests the presence of artisans supported by a broader community, perhaps even patronized by elites. Some figures may have represented leaders, ancestors, or spiritual beings, reinforcing social and religious structures. One of the fascinating aspects of Nok terracottas is their influence on later West African art traditions. The naturalism and symbolic depth seen in the sculptures resonate with the famous bronzes of If and Benin, though separated by centuries. While direct connections remain debated, many scholars see the Nok as part of a longer continuum of artistic expression in the region, a deep-rooted cultural heritage that persisted in evolving forms. When one studies the terracottas closely, further mysteries arise. Many figures are fragmented, deliberately broken before being buried. Some heads are detached from bodies, others show signs of intentional damage. This has led to speculation that the figures were ritually killed before deposition, much as weapons or objects in other cultures were ritually destroyed to release their power. If true, this adds a further dimension of symbolism to their use. They were not static decorations, but active participants in ritual life. The sites themselves add to the puzzle. Many terracottas were found in mounds or near iron smelting areas, suggesting an integration of art, technology, and ritual. The link between ironworking and spiritual practices is well documented in many African societies, where smelters and blacksmiths held special status. The Nok may have embedded their artistry within a worldview where clay, metal, and ritual were inseparable. For modern observers, the Nok terracottas stand at the intersection of art and archaeology. They are striking works of creativity, admired in galleries and museums, yet they are also cultural artifacts demanding contextual understanding. Their haunting eyes, patterned surfaces, and enigmatic poses invite both aesthetic appreciation and scholarly inquiry. Walking among displays of Nok figures today, one is struck by their individuality. No two are alike, yet they share a visual language that binds them to a common tradition. Some wear elaborate headdresses, others display body markings or jewelry. A few seem almost playful, with exaggerated features or dynamic gestures, while others exude solemnity. Each figure suggests a narrative, a role within ritual, or a memory of a person once known. Their survival across nearly 3 millennia is itself remarkable. Clay is fragile, easily broken or eroded, yet thousands of Nok figures have endured beneath the soil, preserved until their rediscovery. They remind us that even in regions without monumental stone architecture, human creativity left enduring legacies. The Nok culture may have vanished, but its voice persists through terracotta. The mystery of the Nok raises broader questions about the fragility of civilizations. How many cultures flourished, created art, developed technologies, then disappeared without leaving written records or monumental ruins? The Nok remind us that human history is filled with such forgotten chapters, waiting to be rediscovered through fragments in the earth. Archaeology continues to refine our understanding. Each new excavation offers the possibility of uncovering undisturbed contexts, graves, or settlements that could reveal more about Nok society. Advances in scientific techniques, residue analysis, soil studies, isotopic testing may yet yield insights into diet, trade, and environment. Yet for all the progress, the hollow eyes of the terracottas still look out with unanswered questions. Their enigma lies not only in what we do not know, but in what they suggest. They point to a society with spiritual depth, artistic mastery, and technological innovation, long before much of the world recognized Africa's role in early complex cultures. They challenge stereotypes and remind us that human ingenuity has always been widely distributed, not confined to a few cradles of civilization. When the Nok terracottas are viewed together, whether in a museum or within excavation reports, the impression is one of richness, thousands of fragments forming a cultural mosaic. The faces seem to gather, each with its own expression, as if a vanished community still lingers through clay. Their presence transcends time, a chorus of figures speaking across the ages without words. In the end, the Nok terracottas endure as one of archaeology's great enigmas. Their artistry compels admiration, their context invites speculation, and their disappearance challenges understanding. They are both art and mystery, fragments of a people who shaped clay into forms that continue to command attention nearly 3,000 years later. A wall of stone rises unexpectedly from the landscape of northeastern Brazil, its surface marked with patterns that have puzzled observers for centuries. Known as the Pedra do Ingá, or Ingá stone, this vast expanse of rock is covered in thousands of petroglyphs etched so deeply and carefully into the surface that they remain visible long after the culture that created them vanished. Stretching across more than 200 feet and rising several meters high, it presents itself less as a natural feature and more as a monumental archive, an ancient record whose meaning has yet to be fully understood. The markings vary in form and complexity. Some resemble animals, with fish carved in such detail that even their fins and scales can be discerned. Others suggest fruit or plants, evoking the resources that sustained local communities. Yet most of the carvings are abstract, spirals, circles, flowing lines, crosses, and grids that seem to carry a symbolic weight far beyond decoration. Clusters of dots appear to mimic constellations, as though the stone was used to trace the movements of the stars. Alongside these are shapes that modern viewers struggle to classify: ladders, stair-like designs, and even figures that evoke the appearance of mechanical objects. Local traditions long held that the site possessed spiritual power. Indigenous peoples considered it a place of ancestral memory, where stories of creation and survival were inscribed for generations to witness. Early colonial chroniclers wrote of the engravings with awe, suggesting they must have been the work of a vanished civilization of great sophistication. By the 19th century, European travelers were speculating that the symbols might represent a universal language or even proof of contact with distant cultures across the ocean. Archaeologists studying the site in the 20th century confirmed that the carvings are ancient, though their precise age remains uncertain. Some estimates place their creation around 2,000 years ago, while others argue they could be far older, perhaps dating back to prehistoric inhabitants of the region. The lack of organic material associated directly with the carvings makes dating difficult, and the stone itself offers no clear clues. What is undeniable is the skill with which the engravings were made. The lines are consistent in depth and width, suggesting tools of considerable sharpness and durability. Creating such a vast collection of designs would have required enormous effort, implying that the engravings held deep importance for those who made them. The Pedra do Ingá has often been compared to other rock art traditions across the world. In Africa, Australia, and Europe, petroglyphs record myths, hunting practices, and celestial events. Yet the Brazilian carvings stand apart in both scale and style. Their density, thousands of symbols within a single site, suggests more than scattered ritual markings. Many researchers believe the Ingá stone represents a system of communication, perhaps even a form of writing now lost to history. Linguists have tried to match the symbols with known scripts from South America and beyond, but no definitive link has been established. One of the most intriguing aspects of the site is its apparent astronomical alignment. Several panels seem to depict the Milky Way, while others correspond with the positions of the Sun and Moon at different times of the year. Scholars have suggested that the Pedra do Ingá functioned as a kind of observatory, allowing its makers to track seasonal cycles vital for agriculture and ritual. The presence of ladder-like symbols may represent pathways to the heavens, a recurring motif in cosmological traditions around the globe. If this interpretation is correct, the site would have served as both a calendar and a spiritual map, linking human life to the rhythms of the cosmos. Not all interpretations are rooted in traditional archaeology. Alternative researchers have proposed more speculative theories, arguing that the engravings preserve knowledge of advanced mathematics or even records of contact with otherworldly beings. They point to the precision of the geometric forms, the resemblance of certain designs to modern scientific diagrams, and the enigmatic nature of the site as evidence that it may encode information far beyond the scope of its time. While mainstream scholars remain cautious about such claims, the persistence of these theories highlights the enduring sense of mystery the stone inspires. The environment surrounding the Pedra do Ingá adds another layer of fascination. Situated along a river that floods during the rainy season, the site would have been both dramatic and practical. Water may have been integral to the rituals performed here, the carvings glistening as the river overflowed its banks. Some symbols appear to depict waves or flowing currents, reinforcing the connection between the engravings and the elemental forces of nature. Visitors to the site today often remark on the way the stone seems alive with patterns, the carvings catching light and shadow in ways that make them appear to shift and move. The question of purpose remains unresolved. Were these markings intended as a permanent record of myths and knowledge, preserved for descendants? Did they serve as a ceremonial backdrop for rituals invoking the stars and rivers, or were they part of an educational system, a way to teach successive generations about the environment and the heavens? Each theory carries weight, and none can be proven definitively. The absence of written records from the creators means that the true meaning of the Pedra do Ingá may never be fully recovered, leaving only speculation. Yet this uncertainty is part of what makes the site so captivating. Unlike ruins whose functions can be reconstructed through texts and artifacts, the Ingá stone resists easy classification. It stands as both a physical presence and an intellectual puzzle, inviting every visitor to consider not only what the carvings meant to their creators, but also how meaning itself is transmitted across time. Preservation efforts in recent decades have sought to protect the site from erosion and vandalism. The carvings, though deeply incised, are vulnerable to weathering, and the constant flow of curious visitors poses risks to their integrity. Local authorities and cultural organizations have worked to create a balance between accessibility and protection, ensuring that the stone remains both a living cultural landmark and a safeguarded archaeological treasure. For the people of the region, the Pedra do Ingá remains more than a scholarly curiosity. It is a symbol of cultural identity, a reminder of the deep roots of human presence in Brazil long before the arrival of European colonists. Festivals, stories, and local pride continue to be woven around the site, demonstrating how ancient marks carved into stone can still shape communities in the present. What makes the Ingá stone so compelling is not just the carvings themselves, but the way they point beyond their immediate context. Each symbol seems to beckon towards something larger, a worldview, a knowledge system, a set of beliefs that we can glimpse but never fully grasp. In this sense, the Pedra do Ingá is less a solved riddle than an invitation to contemplation. It asks us to consider how much of the human past remains hidden, how many languages, traditions, and ways of seeing the world have been lost, and how much might still be recovered if we learn to look closely. The Ingá stone endures as a monumental enigma, carved into the heart of Brazil's landscape. It carries within its grooves the weight of forgotten stories, celestial observations, and cultural expressions whose full meaning has slipped beyond reach. Yet it continues to inspire awe and curiosity, a reminder that even the most ordinary seeming surfaces can conceal extraordinary legacies. As travelers stand before the vast face of the stone, they encounter not only the ingenuity of its ancient makers, but also the vast horizon of mystery that surrounds the human past. Seasonal rains came rarely to the deserts of Yemen, but when they did, they carried immense power. In moments, dry valleys became rushing torrents, carving their way through the earth and scattering debris across the plains. For early inhabitants of the region, these floods were both a blessing and a curse. They promised fertile soil and temporary abundance, yet they also threatened destruction if left unchecked. It was within this challenging environment that the Sabaean people conceived of one of antiquity's greatest feats of hydraulic engineering, the Marib Dam. By taming the waters of the Wadi Dana, they reshaped not only their own land, but the trajectory of civilizations across Arabia. The dam's beginnings are difficult to pin down with absolute certainty, but most archaeologists agree that the first construction phases began around the 8th century BC. At that time, the Sabaeans were emerging as a dominant force in southern Arabia, consolidating their wealth from trade in incense and spices. Control of frankincense and myrrh made them prosperous, but controlling water made them powerful. Without a reliable system of irrigation, their trade cities would have been fragile, dependent on uncertain rains. With the dam, they created an enduring backbone of stability, ensuring that fertile fields surrounded their capital of Marib for centuries to come. The structure itself was monumental, stretching more than 2,000 feet across the valley. Its core was built from packed earth reinforced with stone, while its height reached nearly 60 feet in some phases of construction. What made it extraordinary was not simply its size, but its sophistication. Twin sluice gates regulated water levels, while spillways directed excess flows away from vulnerable sections. Canals radiated outward into the valley, transforming it into a web of productive farmland. Estimates suggest that the dam irrigated more than 25,000 acres, sustaining orchards, vineyards, and fields that could feed tens of thousands of people. Inscriptions from the period describe harvests that were abundant enough to support not just local consumption, but also the demands of caravans traveling along the incense routes. To appreciate the achievement, one must imagine the contrast. Beyond the valley, desert stretched unbroken, barren and dry for most of the year. Within the reach of the dam's canals, however, the landscape was lush. Date palms rose tall, their fruit collected in baskets and dried in the sun. Grapevines climbed trellises, yielding clusters used for both food and drink. Grains ripened in carefully tended fields, harvested with tools that have been uncovered in the archaeological record. What might have been a marginal settlement became a thriving kingdom whose prosperity astonished outsiders. Classical authors spoke of Arabia Felix, Fortunate Arabia, a region described with almost mythical abundance. For travelers from Greece or Rome, the idea of such fertility in the midst of deserts was remarkable. To them, Marib seemed like an improbable oasis of wealth, a kingdom flourishing against all odds. The Marib Dam was the hidden key to this fortune, though few outsiders could have comprehended the technical expertise required to build and maintain it. The dam's importance extended beyond agriculture. It became a symbol of royal authority and divine favor. Kings of Saba were celebrated as guardians of the waters, protectors of the fertility that sustained their people. Temples dedicated to the sun god Al-Magar received offerings made possible by the dam's bounty. Inscriptions carved into stone near the site record repairs and expansions commissioned by successive rulers, each eager to associate their name with the lifeline of the kingdom. Control of the dam was not just a matter of engineering, but a foundation of political legitimacy. Yet such reliance also carried risk. When floods struck with unusual force, the dam was strained to its limits. Archaeological evidence shows that it suffered multiple breaches over the centuries, each followed by massive restoration efforts. These repairs reveal the scale of the challenge. Stone blocks weighing tons were quarried, transported, and set into place with remarkable precision. Engineers refined the design over time, improving sluice systems and reinforcing walls. Each phase of rebuilding demonstrated both the ingenuity of the Sabaeans and the precariousness of their achievement. The prosperity of an entire civilization hinged on their ability to keep the dam intact. By the 1st centuries AD, pressure on the system was growing. Climate shifts may have reduced rainfall, placing additional strain on the agricultural base. Political rivalries fragmented the once unified kingdom. Even so, the dam remained in use, continuing to irrigate fields and sustain the valley. Then, sometime in the 6th century AD, came the catastrophe remembered in legend. Later, Islamic tradition calls it the Flood of Arim. According to the Quran, the people of Saba turned away from gratitude, and their punishment was the collapse of their gardens into desolation. The story may be moralized, but it reflects a historical truth. The dam suffered a catastrophic failure that could not be fully repaired. Floodwaters tore through the structure, destroying canals and washing away fields. With agriculture crippled, Marib declined rapidly. Its people scattered, migrating to other regions of Arabia, carrying with them memories of lost abundance. Tribes reorganized, power centers shifted, and the balance of Arabian societies changed permanently. The archaeological record aligns with these accounts. Excavations reveal that after the 6th century, large-scale habitation in the valley dwindled. The ruins of the dam show signs of final breaches too vast to be restored. Inscriptions recording repairs cease, The prosperity once praised by poets and travelers faded, leaving behind only fragments of a once thriving city. The impact of the collapse was immense. The dispersal of Sabaean populations likely contributed to the rise of other tribes and kingdoms across the peninsula. Some historians suggest that these migrations helped lay the groundwork for new social and political configurations that later shaped the emergence of Islam in the 7th century. While such connections are complex, it is clear that the fall of the Marib Dam reshaped Arabian history, both through loss and through transformation. Standing at the site today, visitors see only fragments of the original grandeur. Massive stone blocks still rest at the base of the wadi, remnants of sluice gates and foundations that once held back the floods. Dry canals stretch across the valley floor, their courses still visible against the sand. Modern reconstructions of part of the dam highlight its enduring importance, as Yemen continues to struggle with water scarcity. Yet even these efforts cannot fully revive the marvel that once was. The original structure belonged to a world in which entire civilizations centered their existence on a single, fragile triumph of engineering. The Marib Dam continues to inspire awe not only because of what it accomplished, but because of what its story reveals. It shows the heights of human ambition, the ability to transform hostile landscapes into thriving gardens. It also shows the fragility of such achievements, the way a single failure can unravel centuries of prosperity. Unlike monuments that merely commemorate power, the dam was power itself, a living system that sustained lives daily. Its fall was not just symbolic but tangible, a loss measured in empty fields and abandoned homes. Legends that grew around the disaster ensured it would never be forgotten. To later generations, the collapse became a warning about pride, negligence, or divine judgment. To modern scholars, it is a case study in the relationship between technology, environment, and society. Both perspectives recognize the dam's significance. It was more than stone and earth. It was the heartbeat of a kingdom. One of the most remarkable aspects of the Marib Dam is its longevity. For nearly 1,000 years, it functioned continuously, repaired and improved across generations. Few works of ancient engineering match that record. Even the Roman aqueducts or the canals of Mesopotamia often required more frequent reconstructions. That such a massive structure could remain in use for so long speaks to the skill and commitment of its builders. Its eventual collapse, therefore, was not a sign of incompetence, but of the immense challenge of maintaining balance between human ambition and natural forces. As the centuries passed, the ruins of the dam remained a landmark for travelers. Pilgrims, traders, and scholars wrote of it with reverence, often blending fact with imagination. Some described it as a wonder of the world, a reminder that great societies once flourished where desert now reigns. Others spoke of it as a cursed place, where once great gardens had been turned to dust. The duality of marvel and ruin continues to define how the Marib Dam is perceived. Modern archaeology has sought to separate myth from history. Excavations have revealed inscriptions that confirm royal involvement in its construction and repair. Analysis of soil and plant remains shows the extent of irrigation, painting a vivid picture of a valley once dense with crops. Satellite imagery allows scholars to trace the full spread of canals, confirming how vast the system truly was. The more we learn, the more extraordinary the achievement appears. Yet the mystery of its final collapse remains partly unsolved. Was it purely environmental, triggered by an unusually powerful flood? Was it political, the result of neglect during periods of instability, or was it a combination of both? Each possibility carries weight, and each underscores the vulnerability of even the most impressive works. To reflect on the Marib Dam is to reflect on the balance between abundance and scarcity, triumph and loss. It is a reminder that civilizations often depend on narrow margins, on a river's flood, on the strength of a wall, on the vigilance of those who maintain the systems that sustain life. The Sabaeans mastered their environment for centuries, yet when that mastery faltered, decline followed swiftly. The lessons of their experience resonate even today, in a world still wrestling with water scarcity, climate change, and the fragility of infrastructures. The remains of the Marib Dam do not rise high above the desert, but their story rises far beyond their stones. They remind us that greatness is often fragile, that prosperity can hinge on careful balance, and that even the mightiest works can collapse, reshaping societies in their wake. The dam's legacy lingers not only in archaeology and legend, but in the very fabric of Arabian history, where its presence and its absence alike shaped the destinies of peoples and kingdoms. A small fragment of cotton, fragile yet astonishingly well preserved, was pulled from the coastal sands of northern Peru. Its fibers, spun and woven more than 6,000 years ago, carried patterns so intricate that they defied expectations of what prehistoric communities could achieve. The discovery of the textiles from Huaca Prieta revealed something profound. Before monumental temples, before the rise of grand Andean kingdoms, people along this coast were already expressing themselves through complex designs that blended artistry with meaning. Threads twisted by human hands became canvases for symbols, animals, and ideas, opening a window into one of the oldest traditions of weaving in the world. The site of Huaca Prieta lies on the Chicama River Valley, where the desert meets the Pacific Ocean. Excavations there have revealed evidence of habitation stretching back more than 9,000 years. People fished in the sea, gathered shellfish, hunted small animals, and cultivated plants like gourds and beans. What shocked archaeologists, however, was not simply the age of the settlement, but the sophistication of its artifacts. The textiles stood out most of all, woven from cotton that had been carefully spun, dyed and patterned at a time when many parts of the world had not yet even developed agriculture on a large scale. The cotton itself was cultivated along the Peruvian coast, where the climate allowed for its growth. Fibers were stripped, cleaned, and twisted into threads, then combined into yarns strong enough for weaving. Techniques used by the Huaca Prieta people show a mastery that would influence Andean cultures for millennia. Some fabrics were plain and functional, used for clothing or nets. Others, however, carried elaborate designs, achieved through methods such as twining and early forms of dyeing. The artistry was not random decoration. Repeated motifs suggest symbolic language, perhaps linked to ritual, mythology, or clan identity. Among the most striking designs are figures of condors, snakes, and crabs, animals deeply connected to Andean cosmology in later eras. Even at this early stage, they hint at a worldview in which the natural environment, the ocean, and the sky were bound to human existence. The placement of these symbols on textiles, objects that were worn, displayed, or buried, suggests that they carried significance beyond mere aesthetics. Each fragment becomes a message across time, woven with intention by hands that understood the communicative power of thread. When American archaeologist Junius Byrd excavated Huaca Prieta in the mid-20th century, he was stunned by the sophistication of what he found. He carefully recorded layers of occupation, noting how textiles appeared alongside stone tools, gourds, and evidence of fishing. The preservation of the cotton was remarkable thanks to the dry desert climate. Radiocarbon dating placed some examples at over 6,000 years old, making them the earliest known cotton textiles in the Americas. Their survival was a gift to archaeology, providing tangible evidence of creativity long before written records or monumental architecture. The presence of such textiles challenges assumptions about the evolution of complex societies. Too often, history is measured by stone monuments or metal tools. Yet, at Huaca Prieta, it was threads and fibers that spoke most eloquently. They revealed that symbolic thought, artistic representation, and cultural identity were flourishing thousands of years before the rise of the Inca, or even the great Andean cultures of Chavin and Moche. The weavings stand as testimony that civilization is not always marked first by conquest or construction, but by art, ritual, and expression. Examining the textiles closely, researchers found techniques that required careful planning. Colors were introduced using natural dyes derived from plants and minerals. Patterns were created through twining, where two sets of threads interlaced in deliberate sequences. Some designs are so complex that they would challenge even skilled modern weavers. The choice of motifs suggests deliberate symbolism. Crabs associated with the sea, condors with the heavens, snakes with the earth. This triad of realms, sea, sky, and land, would later become central to Andean cosmology, reinforcing the idea that Huaca Prieta was not isolated but part of a long continuum of thought. Beyond their symbolic value, the textiles reveal much about daily life. Nets discovered at the site show how people relied on fishing, capturing species from the rich Pacific waters. Bags and belts made from cotton fibers indicate storage and transport practices. Some fragments may have been parts of garments, though their precise use is hard to reconstruct. What is clear is that cotton was deeply integrated into both practical and ceremonial aspects of life. The very act of weaving required a communal structure. Cotton had to be cultivated, harvested, processed, and spun before weaving could even begin. Such a system implies cooperation, knowledge sharing, and possibly specialists who focused on textile production. In a community that left no stone temples or palaces, the sophistication of its textiles stands out as the clearest evidence of organization and cultural depth. One of the most fascinating aspects of Huaca Prieta textiles is their role in burial contexts. Some fragments were found alongside human remains, suggesting that woven goods accompanied the dead. This aligns with later Andean traditions, where textiles were central to funerary practices, wrapping mummies in layers of symbolic cloth. Even at this early stage, cotton may have been a medium through which people prepared their dead for the afterlife, embedding them within a web of cultural meaning. The discovery of these ancient weavings also altered how scholars view the origins of textile technology. While flax and wool were important in the Old World, cotton became the backbone of Andean fiber traditions. The Huaca Prieta finds demonstrate that mastery of cotton occurred independently in the Americas, developing long before transoceanic contact. This independent innovation speaks to the creativity of early Andean peoples, who recognized cotton's potential and elevated it into an art form. Over time, the techniques pioneered at Huaca Prieta spread and evolved. Later cultures such as the Paracas and Nazca produced dazzling polychrome textiles with elaborate iconography, building on foundations laid millennia earlier. The Inca, centuries after, wove garments so fine that Spanish conquerors marveled at their beauty. Yet all these traditions can trace a lineage back to the first cotton weavers who experimented with twining at Huaca Prieta, encoding their worldview into thread. The textiles are not merely artifacts of the past, they continue to inspire modern Andean weavers, who see in them echoes of ancestral skill. Museums that display fragments from Huaca Prieta treat them not just as curiosities, but as treasures that redefine the boundaries of early art. To stand before one of these fragile pieces, with its faded motifs still visible, is to confront the depth of human expression in a world so ancient that its voices are otherwise lost. The enigma of Huaca Prieta lies partly in what we cannot know. The meanings of the designs, the rituals in which they were used, the identities of the weavers, all remain beyond recovery. Yet their very presence reveals that a society without writing, without monumental stone, still possessed a rich symbolic life. The fragments become bridges, linking us to thoughts and beliefs across 6 millennia. Each thread is a trace of memory, an assertion that creativity existed long before most of the markers historians traditionally use to define civilization. As excavation techniques improve, more fragments continue to be studied, offering glimpses into variations of design and technique. Microscopic analysis reveals the twists of fiber, the dyes absorbed into strands, the order of weaving. Each detail adds to the picture of a culture that valued precision, beauty, and meaning in its textiles. Far from being primitive, the Huaca Prieta weavings suggest a sophistication that compels us to rethink timelines of human creativity. Standing at the site itself, overlooking the barren desert meeting the Pacific, one is struck by the contrast. Today the land seems dry and harsh, the kind of environment often dismissed as marginal. Yet 6,000 years ago, it was alive with communities who fished, farmed, and wove. Their textiles are the clearest reminders of their presence, preserved against all odds by the climate. That survival is itself remarkable, for textiles are usually the first materials to decay. The fact that fragments still exist at all makes them treasures of global heritage. The Huaca Prieta textiles may not carry words, but they carry meaning in another form. Patterns of condors, crabs, and serpents whisper of cosmology. Geometric motifs suggest order, repetition, and balance. The decision to weave such images into cloth reveals a society already engaged in symbolic thought, finding ways to express identity and belief through portable, wearable art. In this sense, the fragments are as powerful as any inscription or monument. They prove that the beginnings of civilization in the Andes were not silent, but woven. As archaeologists continue to study them, questions remain. Did the weavers intend the designs as literal depictions, symbolic abstractions, or something in between? Were they markers of status, identity, or ritual role? Did each motif carry specific meaning understood by all, or did meanings shift across communities? These uncertainties ensure that the Huaca Prieta textiles will remain an enduring puzzle as well as a remarkable achievement. What cannot be doubted is their significance. They are the oldest known cotton textiles in the Americas, and among the oldest anywhere in the world. Their sophistication is undeniable, their artistry unmistakable. They remind us that creativity is as ancient as survival, that the need to weave meaning into the fabric of life is as old as humanity itself. The fragments may be small, but their message is vast. Civilizations begin not only with temples or kings, but with symbols carefully shaped by human hands, passed on across generations, and preserved in threads that continue to speak across 6 millennia. A jagged desert valley in southern Israel holds scars left by millennia of human labor. Crumbling shafts, blackened smelting camps, and crisscrossing tunnels cut into sandstone mark the site known as Timna, often called the world's oldest copper mine. For thousands of years, generations of workers came to this arid place to dig deep into the earth in search of the reddish ore that would fuel tools, weapons, and trade across the ancient Near East. The setting is stark, towering cliffs of red and yellow stone under relentless sun. But the history embedded here is vast, a story of forgotten kingdoms, hidden shrines, and the essential role of copper in shaping early civilizations. The significance of copper cannot be overstated. Long before iron was widely used, copper allowed humans to fashion blades sharper than stone, vessels more durable than clay, and ornaments that gleamed with color. Alloyed with tin, it created bronze, ushering in the Bronze Age and fueling the rise of complex societies. To control copper was to control progress, and places where it could be mined became centers of power. Timna, with its rich deposits, was one such center, drawing miners and rulers who sought to control its wealth. Archaeological exploration of Timna has revealed evidence of mining as early as the 5th millennium BC. At first, miners extracted surface deposits, breaking chunks of malachite and azurite from exposed veins. Over time, techniques became more advanced. Shafts plunged into the earth, some extending dozens of meters, with galleries branching out to follow veins of ore. Fires were lit inside the rock, heating it until it cracked, after which workers used stone hammers to break it apart. The ore was then transported to smelting sites, where furnaces reduced it to usable copper. Charcoal from desert acacia trees fueled the process, leaving behind mounds of blackened slag that still dot the valley today. These mines were not abandoned after early use. Evidence points to continuous exploitation by various groups across the centuries, including Egyptians, Midianites, Edomites, and possibly Israelites. Each wave left traces: pottery shards, inscriptions, mining tools, and even shrines. One of the most remarkable finds was a small temple dedicated to the goddess Hathor, discovered in the 20th century. Hathor, revered by Egyptians as a deity of love, fertility, and mining, was honored here far from the Nile, her presence marked by carvings, offerings, and hieroglyphic inscriptions. The shrine reveals how distant rulers sought not only to control the copper, but to sanctify their claim with divine patronage. The site's Egyptian connections are especially striking. During the reigns of New Kingdom pharaohs, expeditions were sent across the Sinai and into Timna to secure copper supplies. Inscriptions bearing royal names, including that of Seti I, have been found, testifying to the involvement of the highest levels of authority. Yet the Egyptians did not work alone. They relied on local communities, including Midianite tribes, to provide labor and expertise. This collaboration left behind cultural layers, with Egyptian deities worshipped alongside local ones, and Egyptian pottery mingling with distinct Midianite wares. The blend of influences turns Timna into more than a mine. It becomes a meeting place of cultures, each leaving their mark in the sands. The conditions for laborers would have been harsh. The desert climate offers little relief, with scorching heat during the day and bitter cold at night. Workers had to descend into narrow shafts, breathing smoke and dust as they hacked at the rock by torchlight. Smelting required cutting large quantities of wood to produce charcoal, a task that stripped the surrounding valleys of vegetation. Archaeological analysis of human remains from the area shows signs of malnutrition and hard labor. These people lived difficult lives, their efforts sustaining distant elites who benefited from the copper they extracted. Recent studies have shed new light on the scale and sophistication of these operations. Excavations led by modern archaeologists uncovered textiles, food remains, and metalworking debris that challenge older assumptions. Radiocarbon dating places some of the most intense mining activity in the 10th century BC, aligning it with the era traditionally associated with the biblical kingdoms of David and Solomon. While direct evidence of those rulers' involvement is debated, the coincidence has fueled popular imagination, leading some to refer to Timna as King Solomon's Mines. The reality is more nuanced, but no less fascinating. Powerful groups of the Iron Age recognized Timna's importance and invested in controlling its resources. One of the most unexpected discoveries was the preservation of organic material in the arid climate. Fragments of woven textiles dyed with expensive pigments were found, suggesting that some individuals at Timna were of high status. These were not the garments of ordinary miners, but of elites who oversaw the operations or priests who conducted rituals. The presence of food remains such as dates, grapes, and fish further indicates connections with distant trade networks, for such items could not have been produced locally. These findings transform our understanding of Timna from a remote worksite to a complex hub of cultural and economic activity. The shrine to Hathor, later adapted by Midianites, provides perhaps the most evocative glimpse into the spiritual life of those connected to the mines. Egyptian-style carvings depict the goddess with her distinctive horns, while local artifacts suggest offerings of copper tools and figurines. After the Egyptians withdrew, the shrine was modified with Midianite pottery and symbols, showing how new groups repurposed sacred spaces to reflect their own beliefs. This layering of devotion underscores the symbolic importance of copper. It was not just a material resource, but something imbued with power, requiring divine blessing to extract. The sheer volume of slag at Timna speaks to the intensity of smelting. Piles of waste stretch across the valley, some more than 10 feet high, evidence of thousands of smelting events. By analyzing the chemical composition of these remains, modern scientists have reconstructed ancient techniques. Early smelters managed to achieve surprisingly high temperatures using simple furnaces and bellows, carefully controlling airflow to reduce copper oxide to pure metal. This level of control reflects generations of accumulated knowledge passed down through practice in a demanding environment. The role of Timna in regional politics is equally significant. Control of the mines meant access to wealth and leverage in trade. Copper ingots could be transported along caravan routes to the Mediterranean, Mesopotamia, and beyond. The demand for copper in making tools, weapons, and luxury items ensured that whoever held Timna wielded influence. For smaller kingdoms like Edom, this resource provided a chance to assert independence against more powerful neighbors. For empires like Egypt, it was a vital supplement to their own resources. Over time, as iron became more widespread, the importance of copper declined. By the end of the first millennium BC, large-scale mining at Timna had diminished. The desert reclaimed the shafts, and sand buried the smelting sites. Yet the memory of the mines lingered in stories and legends. When European explorers arrived in the 19th century, they were astonished by the strange formations of the valley. Pillars of red sandstone that resembled colossal sculptures. These were named Solomon's Pillars, cementing the association with biblical lore even before archaeology could confirm the site's true history. Today, Timna offers both a scientific treasure and a haunting reminder of human toil. Visitors can walk among slag heaps, descend into reconstructed shafts, and view the remains of the Hathor temple. The landscape still bears the marks of fire and hammer, as though the laborers had only just left. The preservation of the site allows modern researchers to explore not just the mechanics of mining, but the human stories intertwined with it. The workers who toiled, the priests who prayed, the rulers who profited. The enigma of Timna lies in the interplay between legend and evidence. For centuries, it was imagined as the realm of Solomon's hidden wealth, a place of mystery. Archaeology has revealed a more complex but equally fascinating truth. A site shaped by multiple cultures, sustained by difficult labor, and bound to the broader currents of Near Eastern history. It reminds us that the foundations of civilization were not only laid in palaces or temples, but also in the mines and furnaces where raw materials were wrested from the earth. The copper mines of Timna continue to reveal secrets with each excavation. Advances in technology allow for more precise dating, better analysis of residues, and deeper understanding of trade networks. Yet despite this growing knowledge, the site retains its aura of mystery. Was it truly tied to biblical kings, or does that connection belong more to myth than history? What rituals did miners perform before descending into the shafts? How were laborers organized, and what social structures emerged around the extraction of copper? These questions keep Timna alive as a subject of study, a place where past and legend intertwine. To look upon the valley is to see both barrenness and abundance. The barren cliffs that define the desert, and the abundant traces of human ingenuity that turned them into sources of life. The slag heaps, the shafts, the shrines, and the scattered tools together tell a story of ambition and survival, of cultures converging in the pursuit of a metal that once defined progress itself. And though the furnaces are long cold, the memory of their fire still lingers in the stones of Timna, a reminder that beneath the desert's surface, people once forged the foundations of ancient history. Stone foundations stretch in a precise rectangle across the dusty ground of Gujarat, their outlines still visible despite 4 millennia of erosion. They form what archaeologists recognized as a dockyard, built by the people of the Indus Valley civilization at a town called Lothal. This single structure, massive in scale and meticulous in design, unsettled assumptions about early India when it was uncovered in the 1950s. Until then, few believed that Bronze Age communities on the subcontinent had constructed harbors capable of supporting maritime trade. Yet the remains at Lothal forced a re-evaluation. Here, in the 3rd millennium BC, lay evidence of a port integrated into a network of rivers and seas, suggesting that the Indus world reached far beyond its river valleys. The Indus Valley civilization flourished between roughly 2600 and 1900 BC. Its great cities, Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, Dholavira, were already famous for their planned streets, standardized bricks, and drainage systems. But Lothal told a different story, one tied less to inland farming and more to seaborne commerce. Its dock, nearly 250 meters long and more than 30 meters wide, was lined with baked bricks and stone blocks. A sluice system allowed water to be regulated with remarkable control. During high tide, ships could be floated in, loaded or unloaded, and then protected from the sea by gates that sealed the basin. To find such an installation in a settlement over 4,000 years old was extraordinary. It implied not just knowledge of construction, but an entire worldview in which water was a highway, not a barrier. Archaeologists pieced together the dock's history through excavations that revealed warehouses, workshops, and administrative buildings around it. Standardized weights lay scattered in these ruins, evidence that goods were measured carefully before being shipped. The workshops produced beads, ornaments, and tools, many fashioned from carnelian, agate, and shell. These items were not destined for local use alone. Identical beads have been found in Mesopotamian cities such as Ur and Lagash. Cuneiform texts from Sumer refer to a distant land called Meluha, thought to correspond to the Indus region. The dockyard at Lothal makes that connection tangible. It was here that goods marked with Indus seals may have been loaded onto ships bound for the Persian Gulf. To understand the achievement, one must picture the environment. Gujarat is a land of extremes, with heavy monsoon rains in one season and aridity in another. Rivers shift course, tides flood the coast, and salt flats expand in dry months. For engineers at Lothal to design a dock that could function under such conditions required profound knowledge of hydraulics. The sluice gates demonstrate this. They allowed excess water to drain when rivers flooded and helped maintain steady levels for ships. Some scholars believe the dock also served as a reservoir in dry times, storing water for both navigation and agriculture. The structure was not simply a static pool, it was an adaptable system, responding to seasonal cycles with sophistication rarely matched in antiquity. The goods that passed through Lothal's dock illuminate the town's role in global exchange. Carnelian beads, produced in specialized workshops, were polished to a glassy sheen and sometimes etched with white designs. Such beads were prized in Mesopotamia, where they appear in royal burials. Shell bangles carved from conch and ivory ornaments also traveled outward. In return, copper from Oman, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and other exotic materials came to Lothal. The dock thus anchored a web of commerce that spanned thousands of miles. It was not an isolated experiment, but part of a network that connected South Asia to the wider Bronze Age world. Daily life at Lothal revolved around this trade. Merchants stored goods in large brick warehouses near the dock. Craftsmen labored in workshops, sometimes working with furnaces fueled by wood and charcoal. Farmers from surrounding villages brought cotton, rice, and grain, which could be exchanged for imported materials. Administrators oversaw the process, using seals to mark goods and standardized weights to ensure fairness. The town's layout reflected this focus. Streets converged toward the dock and warehouse district, while residential quarters lay further inland. The hum of activity, hammering beads, weighing cargo, sealing bales would have filled the air as ships prepared to depart. The seals remain among the most enigmatic artifacts. Small squares of steatite carved with animals and symbols. They served as identifiers in trade. Some depict bulls, others elephants, tigers, or composite creatures. Each carries inscriptions in the undeciphered Indus script. Their presence at Lothal emphasizes the dock's administrative role. Before goods left, they were sealed, ensuring authenticity and perhaps guaranteeing contracts. When similar seals turn up in Mesopotamian contexts, they hint at the recognition of Indus authority abroad, yet the exact meanings remain elusive. The script has resisted decipherment, leaving us only with the knowledge that communication and bureaucracy were integral to Lothal's trade. Imagining the dock in operation evokes a vivid scene. At high tide, the gates would open, allowing ships of wood to glide into the basin. Sailors balanced on decks, ropes creaking as cargo was lowered. Merchants tallied weights, scribes pressed seals into soft clay, and porters carried bales to warehouses. Perhaps priests offered small rites, asking for safe journeys across seas known for sudden storms. The town must have felt cosmopolitan, alive with the mingling of local farmers, skilled artisans, administrators, and foreign traders. Each voyage carried risks, unpredictable tides, monsoon winds, or piracy, but also the promise of wealth. The dock stood at the heart of this rhythm, a stone container for the ebb and flow of ambition. The decline of Lothal came gradually, part of the broader fragmentation of the Indus Valley civilization after 1900 BC. Rivers shifted course, silting up the dock and cutting the town off from navigable water. Workshops closed as trade dwindled. The once busy basin fell silent, filling with sediment. Unlike some cities that left towering ruins, Lothal faded quietly. By the time classical civilizations emerged, its harbor was buried, its memory erased. Only in the modern age did archaeologists uncover its outlines, sparking astonishment at what had been hidden. The rediscovery forced historians to reconsider the scope of the Indus world. Until then, the civilization was viewed primarily through its inland cities, with emphasis on agriculture and local trade. Lothal revealed another dimension, an outward-looking maritime society engaged with far-flung partners. Its dock showed that the Indus people were not isolated but deeply integrated into Bronze Age exchange. The revelation broadened definitions of what early Indian history encompassed, adding seafaring to the familiar list of urban planning and craft specialization. Yet mysteries remain. Were the ships that entered Lothal's dock small rivercraft or large seagoing vessels? Did they carry goods directly to Mesopotamia or transfer them at coastal hubs? How did navigators cross the Arabian Sea without compasses or advanced maps? What rituals accompanied departures and arrivals? Archaeology answers some questions, but leaves others tantalizingly open. The dock is mute stone, its gates long gone, its basin dry, but its very existence demands explanation. It suggests capacities and ambitions that exceed what conservative estimates once allowed for the Indus Valley civilization. Even today, standing at Lothal evokes awe. The dock's rectangle is still visible, its walls rising just enough to suggest its original scale. Dry weeds sprout where water once lapped against stone. The warehouses are ruins, yet their outlines testify to the orderliness of commerce. To walk here is to sense the ghost of a harbour, its ships vanished, its merchants long forgotten, but its design enduring. It is a place that collapses time, allowing a glimpse into a moment when ancient India was not just farming fields but sending its products across seas. Artifacts displayed in museums further bring Lothal to life. Beads of carnelian gleam under glass, each polished surface a testament to patient labour. Seals sit nearby, their animals still sharp after 4,000 years. Pottery jars bear traces of contents once stored for shipment. Each object connects to the dockyard, for without maritime trade, many of these goods would never have travelled far. The dock was the artery through which these creations entered global circulation, ensuring that the artistry of Lothal reached distant shores. The enigma of Lothal lies in its duality, practical infrastructure and symbolic statement. On one hand, it was a basin of stone and brick built to regulate water and dock ships. On the other, it declared that the Indus people envisioned themselves as part of a world linked by seas. Its construction required resources, planning, and communal effort, reflecting a collective ambition. Its endurance, rediscovered after millennia, challenges assumptions about the limits of early societies. The dockyard is not only an artifact of engineering, but a message about connectivity, foresight, and the reach of human imagination. The collapse of Lothal's dock mirrors the fragility of even the most advanced systems. Rivers shifted, silt accumulated, climate changed, and trade routes altered. Prosperity tied to one harbour could not withstand such upheaval, yet the memory of what was achieved lingers in the stones. They tell us that civilizations do not simply grow from soil and river alone, but also from the daring to venture outward, to exchange and adapt. Looking back across 4,000 years, the dockyard at Lothal remains astonishing. It forces us to see the Indus Valley civilization not only as a network of inland cities, but as a maritime power. Its people were farmers, craftsmen, and traders, but also navigators whose ships once crossed dangerous waters. They left no surviving chronicles, no epic poems to celebrate their voyages, but they left the stones of their dock still firm in the earth. That legacy is enough to speak volumes. The basalt cliffs of western India hold a marvel that defies easy description. Carved directly into the living rock at Ellora, a series of temples and monasteries stretch across more than 2 kilometers of hillside. At first glance, they resemble grand stone buildings, their walls, pillars, and towers rising with all the symmetry of constructed architecture. Yet none of it was built in the conventional sense. Every chamber, every column, every intricate relief was excavated downward from the rock face, hewn out with hammer and chisel until the negative space itself became temple. To walk into Ellora is to step into a monument where absence has become presence, where subtraction rather than addition created one of the most astonishing complexes of sacred architecture in human history. Among these wonders, the Kailasa temple stands out as the most breathtaking. Dedicated to the god Shiva, it is the largest monolithic structure ever created by human hands. Rather than assembling blocks of stone, artisans removed more than 200,000 tons of rock to reveal a freestanding temple complete with towers, halls, shrines, and sculptures. Imagine standing at the cliff's edge as laborers began cutting straight down, marking a rectangle around what would become the sanctuary. Bit by bit, stone was chipped away, leaving the temple to emerge like a statue revealed from a block of marble. The scale is almost incomprehensible. Courtyards stretch wide, columns rise tall, and colossal figures of deities flank the walls. Yet the entire ensemble remains connected to the surrounding bedrock, as if the hillside itself had been coaxed into architectural form. The question of how this was achieved lingers as one of archaeology's most captivating puzzles. Conventional tools of the early medieval period, iron chisels, hammers, and wedges, could, with immense time and effort, cut basalt. But the precision, scale, and speed implied by inscriptions remain difficult to reconcile. Some records suggest the Kailasa temple was completed in the 8th century under the Rashtrakuta king Krishna I. If that is true, the work would have required unprecedented organization and manpower. Thousands of laborers must have toiled for decades, carefully coordinating cuts so that no mistake ruined the entire monument. Each column had to be shaped while still connected to the rock around it. Each roof had to be carved from above before the interior was hollowed out. The process was a dance of geometry and foresight that few modern engineers can fully reconstruct. Ellora is not a single temple, but a complex of 34 caves spanning centuries of religious devotion. Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain traditions are all represented, sometimes side by side, reflecting the remarkable cultural pluralism of early India. The earliest caves, dating to the 5th and 6th centuries, are Buddhist monasteries with pillared halls and seated Buddhas carved into niches. Later came Hindu shrines, culminating in the monumental Kailasa. Jain caves, with their delicate ornamentation and emphasis on austerity, followed in the 9th and 10th centuries. Together, the complex embodies a continuum of spiritual expression, carved into the same cliff but carrying distinct philosophies and iconographies. Walking through the caves is a journey through time and belief. In one hall, rows of Buddhas meditate in silence, their faces serene despite the passage of centuries. In another, Shiva dances the cosmic Tandava, his many arms spread in rhythm that symbolizes creation and destruction. Jain saints stand in quiet contemplation, their forms elongated and refined. Everywhere, pillars rise in symmetrical arrays, their capitals decorated with lotus motifs, elephants, lions, and celestial beings. The artistry is overwhelming, yet what astonishes most is the realization that every detail was carved in place, never moved, never joined from separate pieces. The Kailasa temple alone demands reflection. Measuring over 30 meters high and nearly twice as long, it includes a towering shikara, subsidiary shrines, assembly halls, and a surrounding courtyard. Elephants carved in life-size proportions appear to bear the weight of the structure on their backs. Stairways lead to galleries, where murals once adorned the walls. The temple is oriented with cosmic precision, aligned to cardinal points, embodying Hindu ideas of sacred geometry. Every aspect communicates symbolism. The mountain abode of Shiva, Mount Kailasa, recreated on earth as a sanctuary for worshippers. To stand within it is to feel as though the cosmos itself has been translated into stone. Legends surround the construction. Local lore tells of a queen who vowed to fast until she saw the completion of the temple's shikara. To fulfill her wish swiftly, architects began carving from the top downward, ensuring the tower was visible even while lower sections remained unfinished. Whether or not this tale is literal, it captures the wonder people have always felt at the feet. A temple sculpted from the top down, completed in what seemed an impossible span of time. Stories like this reflect the aura of Ellora, where history and myth intertwine. Archaeologists and engineers continue to debate logistics. Removing hundreds of thousands of tons of basalt would have required immense manpower. How were workers organized? How were tools sharpened and maintained? How was debris removed from such a confined site? Some propose scaffolding systems and ramps. Others emphasize careful sequencing of excavation. What is certain is that mistakes were minimal. The columns stand straight, the walls true, the reliefs exquisitely detailed. This level of precision suggests not only technical skill, but also an extraordinary vision guiding the work. The caves also preserve traces of painting, though most have faded. Faint colors linger on ceilings and walls, remnants of murals that once complemented the stone sculptures. These paintings depicted celestial beings, mythological scenes, and symbolic patterns. Though eroded by time, they remind us that Ellora was never meant to be bare stone alone. It was a living space of worship, art, and ritual, once alive with color, sound, and movement. Pilgrims would have entered with offerings, chanting filled the air, lamps flickered against painted walls, and incense drifted through carved halls. The atmosphere must have been as overwhelming to the senses as the architecture remains to the eyes. Ellora's importance extends beyond architecture. It reflects a period in Indian history when religious traditions coexisted in relative harmony. The juxtaposition of Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain monuments within a single complex suggests tolerance and interaction. Pilgrims of different faiths may have crossed paths on the same cliffside, each entering their own sanctuaries but sharing a common space. This pluralism, carved into stone, speaks of a society where diversity found expression not in conflict but in creativity. The endurance of Ellora raises another question: why here? The site lies along ancient trade routes that linked the Deccan Plateau with Western India's ports. Merchants, pilgrims, and travelers would have passed by, providing patronage and spreading ideas. Basalt cliffs provided both the medium and the challenge, hard enough to preserve detail, resistant enough to demand incredible effort. The very geology of the place shaped the achievement, giving permanence to what might otherwise have been fleeting wood or brick structures. Inscriptions found within the caves provide glimpses of patrons. Kings, queens, merchants, and guilds all contributed to the construction, funding artisans who in turn left their mark in stone. The Rashtrakuta dynasty in particular supported the great Hindu temples, while earlier dynasties had favored the Buddhists. These inscriptions anchor the complex within historical frameworks, yet they also highlight how little we truly know. The methods of organization, the names of artisans, the sequence of excavation, so much remains mysterious. To modern visitors, Ellora inspires awe not only for its artistry, but for its enigma. Engineers calculate the volume of rock removed, marveling at the logistics. Historians trace dynastic politics, situating the caves within cultural currents. Pilgrims still arrive, offering prayers to the deities carved centuries ago. Yet none of these perspectives fully exhausts the wonder of standing before the Kailasa temple, looking up at its towering facade and realizing that it is not built stone by stone but sculpted whole from the cliff itself. The comparison with other monuments often arises. Egyptian pyramids, Mesopotamian ziggurats, or Gothic cathedrals all required enormous labor and skill. Yet Ellora differs in method. Those structures were assembled. Ellora was excavated. This inversion of technique places it in a category of its own, unmatched in scope anywhere else. It is as if an entire architectural vocabulary was applied in reverse, with subtraction as the creative act. That reversal is part of what makes it so enigmatic, for it challenges modern assumptions about how monumental architecture should be conceived. Legends of supernatural assistance inevitably arose. Some claimed divine beings aided the excavation. Others imagined lost technologies or forgotten tools. While archaeology grounds us in the reality of chisels and manpower, the scale invites speculation. Perhaps that is fitting, for monuments of this magnitude often blur the line between history and myth. What is undeniable is that the people of Ellora achieved something extraordinary, whether through sheer persistence, ingenious organization, or methods we have yet to fully comprehend. Ellora remains alive with visitors, scholars, and pilgrims. Its designation as a UNESCO World Heritage Site ensures protection, but its aura comes not from official status, but from the experience it offers. To step into its halls is to feel transported into another rhythm of time, where centuries collapse and human ambition speaks across ages. The basalt, weathered but firm, still carries the marks of chisels. Each groove is a trace of labor, each figure a testament to vision. As the sun sets over the cliffs, the carvings catch the changing light. Shadows stretch across pillars, details emerge and recede, and the entire complex seems to breathe with the passing of hours. Though time has stripped paint and worn edges, the essence remains. Ellora is less a ruin than a revelation, a place where stone has been coaxed into the likeness of myth, devotion, and cosmos. The caves challenge us to reconsider the boundaries of ancient skill. They remind us that civilizations of the past were capable of feats that rival and sometimes surpass modern expectations. They embody the interplay of faith, artistry, and power, yet also hold an enigma that resists reduction to technical explanation. That tension between what can be measured and what can only be marveled at gives Ellora its enduring fascination. Granite walls stretch across the plateau of southeastern Africa, forming labyrinthine enclosures that rise without mortar, their stones fitted together with astonishing precision. This place is known as Great Zimbabwe, the heart of a medieval kingdom that flourished between the 11th and 15th centuries. Within its monumental walls, archaeologists uncovered artifacts of trade, Chinese porcelain, Arabian glass, copper ingots, and among them objects even more intriguing, soapstone sculptures carved into the likeness of birds. These great Zimbabwe birds, perched upon columns and rendered in striking abstraction, have become the most enduring symbols of the site. Their meaning is uncertain, their purpose debated, yet their presence speaks of a spiritual world now largely hidden from us. The sculptures stand at about a meter in height, each bird carved from a single piece of soapstone. Most depict raptors, possibly fish eagles or bateleurs, with curved beaks and talons resting upon stylized bases. Some details are naturalistic, others abstracted. Elongated necks, simplified wings, bodies reduced to smooth forms. Several birds are attached to columns, suggesting they were once mounted in prominent places. Their style is distinctive, unlike the purely decorative motifs found elsewhere in the ruins. They demand interpretation, signaling a significance beyond ornament. Archaeological records indicate that at least 8 complete birds were found at Great Zimbabwe, with fragments suggesting more may have existed. Some were discovered in the hill complex, a sacred area perched above the valley, long associated with ritual and authority. Others appeared within the great enclosure, the vast stone circle whose massive walls still dominate the site. The placement of the birds suggests they were connected to spaces of power, ritual, or rulership. Interpretations of their meaning vary. Some scholars believe the birds represent totems, symbols of clans or lineages within the Shona people, who are considered descendants of Great Zimbabwe's builders. In this view, each bird embodied the identity of a group, perhaps marking sacred spaces with their presence. Others see them as representations of spiritual intermediaries, linking rulers with the divine. Among the Shona, birds, especially eagles, carry associations with ancestral spirits, messengers between earth and sky. The soapstone sculptures may thus have embodied the authority of kings as divinely sanctioned. Colonial narratives once dismissed Great Zimbabwe as the work of outsiders, claiming the ruins too sophisticated for local builders. Early European explorers concocted theories of Phoenicians, Arabs, or biblical figures having raised the walls. In that context, the soapstone birds were often misinterpreted, treated as exotic curiosities rather than indigenous expressions. Only in the 20th century did archaeological consensus firmly recognize Great Zimbabwe as the creation of African builders, and the birds as expressions of their cultural and spiritual life. Today they are seen as national symbols, appearing on the flag of Zimbabwe and the country's coat of arms. Their journey from sacred objects to emblems of modern identity underscores their layered significance. The craftsmanship of the birds reveals technical skill. Soapstone, softer than granite, allowed for detailed carving, yet the artisans achieved balance and proportion with remarkable economy of form. Each curve of the neck, each taper of the body, conveys deliberate intention. These were not casual works but carefully conceived objects, likely produced by specialist sculptors under royal patronage. The association of the birds with columns hints at architectural integration. They were meant to be seen, perhaps to oversee gatherings or rituals from elevated positions. The enigma lies in their silence. Unlike civilizations that left written records, Great Zimbabwe communicates through stone and artifact alone. No inscriptions explain the birds. Oral traditions preserve fragments of meaning, but centuries of upheaval and colonial disruption have clouded memory. The birds remain mute guardians, their purpose inferred but not declared. This ambiguity fuels both scholarly debate and popular fascination. To walk among the ruins today is to feel their presence. The granite walls curve and rise, enclosing spaces whose functions we can only guess. At certain points, replicas of the birds stand where the originals were once placed. They look outward with curved beaks and steady gaze, symbols of a worldview where rulers, ancestors, and spirits intertwined. The stillness of the site is deceptive. It was once a place of bustling activity, home to thousands, center of trade that reached as far as China and Persia. Within that context, the birds stood as guardians of authority, embodying spiritual beliefs that bound the community together. The birds also invite reflection on the relationship between power and symbolism. A king who claimed divine sanction could reinforce that claim with tangible emblems. Mounted on columns high above the people, the birds would have conveyed presence and authority, visible reminders of a sacred mandate. They may have been focal points in rituals where the ruler communed with ancestors, their stone forms serving as vessels for unseen forces. In this sense, they were not mere art, but instruments of governance, shaping perception and reinforcing legitimacy. Their survival is remarkable. While many artifacts of Great Zimbabwe were looted or destroyed, several birds remain intact, preserved in museums or repatriated to Zimbabwe. They are revered not only as archaeological treasures, but as sacred objects, with ceremonies sometimes performed to honor their return. Their resilience through centuries of neglect, exploitation, and reinterpretation is itself a story of endurance, linking the past to the present. The mystery of the birds continues to inspire new questions. Were they carved by a single workshop or by different artisans across generations? Did each bird correspond to a specific ruler or lineage? Were they placed to mark astronomical alignments, their gaze fixed upon stars or solstices? Such questions remain open, inviting further study while ensuring that the birds retain their aura of enigma. Great Zimbabwe itself compounds the puzzle. The scale of the ruins, with walls rising over 10 meters high, testifies to complex organization. Yet the society left no written records. Its decline in the 15th century remains debated. Shifts in trade routes, overgrazing, or political upheaval may have played roles. The birds, carved during the kingdom's height, are fragments of a worldview we can only glimpse. They remind us that civilizations are not measured solely by texts or monuments, but by the meanings their people gave to symbols, meanings we may never fully decode. Still, the birds speak across time in their own way. Their curved forms, their poised stances, their unwavering gaze all suggest continuity between human and divine, between earth and sky. They carry with them a sense of guardianship, of presence that transcends centuries. Even without knowing their exact role, we feel their significance. They were carved with purpose, placed with intent, and revered by those who lived among them. That resonance remains. Standing before one of the soapstone birds today, whether in a museum case or at the ruins themselves, is to confront both knowledge and mystery. We know the tools that carved them, the stone from which they were made, the context of the walls around them. Yet we do not know what prayers they received, what rituals they oversaw, what meanings their makers inscribed in their forms. That gap between knowledge and mystery is what makes them so compelling. The Great Zimbabwe birds endure as emblems of a lost spiritual landscape. They challenge us to look beyond the stones of the enclosure and imagine the beliefs, hopes, and fears of the people who carved them. They invite respect for a civilization once doubted but now recognized as one of Africa's greatest achievements. And they remind us that symbols often outlast words, carrying meanings across ages even when their precise language is lost. We've wandered through ruins, examined artifacts, and uncovered fragments of stories left behind by people who lived thousands of years ago. Each discovery is more than stone, bone, or metal. It is a window into lives once vibrant, beliefs once sacred, and worlds once connected in ways we are still trying to understand. These journeys remind us that history is not complete, that every excavation holds the possibility of reshaping what we know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. What stood out most to you, and how do you interpret the mysteries we've explored? Share your reflections in the comments below, and let's keep the conversation alive. If you've enjoyed traveling through these hidden corners of the past, make sure to subscribe so you won't miss the next exploration. Thank you for joining me on this path through time. Until next time.